Hi. So, I guess we're live. I haven't even opened up OBS yet. I'm glad I switched the input to OBS. Goodness, I still need to open up the program. Anyway, hi. Oh, I meant to change the title. This is an OJL. OJL stands for Oracle Juice Live, and basically what that means is I will be consuming alcohol as I do this live. And if that's not the vibe for you, then I forgot, and now I remember. If it's not the vibe for you, then hey, maybe this one isn't for you. Oh, hey, there I am. Cool. OBS is open. Um, I was watching Queen Cup went live earlier, and I caught her today because I was doing some cleaning up around here, and I was like, "Oh, I'll listen as I clean." And I guess not that it was necessarily anything specific to her live earlier, but just in general, the whole like take it as it resonates um theme, right? And it reminded me, and it's so funny, I brought up the video to my mom yesterday or the day before. I saw the reel today, excuse me, earlier today, and then I saw the live, and then I was like, oh, it's like that. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome. It's Pisces season. It's the year of the fire horse. I am so excited. I don't know why. I don't always. So I have the mango chili rum, and I think it actually pairs really well with this blackberry Dr. Pepper. But and it pairing well, like because the mango chili rum is kind of spicy, so it does cut some of the spiciness. But I feel like I lose a little bit of the sweetness of both the mango and the blackberry Dr. Pepper. So it kind of mutes it a little bit. And I'm like, not entirely. And it's still good, but I don't know. Not necessarily one of those better together things. I also have a bottle of unsponsored clear beverage water. Um, just remove the label real quick. And yeah, haven't opened it yet. So I think I want to do a um, no Google. I don't think I want to Google today for no particular reason. And so since I'm not gonna Google today, I have dice I can use. So I got the dice, right? This is my dice bag. It's a squid, crocheted squid dice bag. Did it lose an eye? I think the squid lost an eye. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, right here. That's one of the eyes, right here. And then these are like the, you know. Anyway, I could pull before and after the octopus because that's the closest thing to a squid card that I that comes to mind. And I never did pull before and after the owl. Anyway, I don't know. I want to do the thing that I usually do, which is like pull cards for like Aquarius season and then Pisces season and go from there. Um, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't want to use the decks that I always use. Not necessarily. I'm not sure what deck I want to use. Um, so I was like, oh, but I was like, I don't want to ask, you know, to pick a random number for me. And I was like, oh, I can use the dice. So I have these. She's giving like rainbow hematite energy. Excuse me again, we're not Googling today. So I know hematite is a grounding stone. I I think because again, my crystal is beyond rusty. Also, light pink and baby blue. Okay, I'm digging the vibes. Why not? She's giving baby. All right, I think I'm enjoying it. Excuse me, I don't know. Jury's out. So I'm going to roll that D4, and it's going to tell me whoop, what drawer I'm going to pick the deck from, and then we'll see what's up. I think one of the things, obviously, I don't know. I feel like I'm not. It depends on the subject matter of like when I'm kind of sort of cautious. But one of the bigger vibes of the past few readings that I feel like I haven't necessarily communicated plainly is it's just like it's fine. If we get an even number, I'll try. And it's number one, it's odd. So yeah, just take it as it resonates when it resonates. If it doesn't resonate, don't take it. And, you know, I have to be mindful of my own self. I don't know. I'm feeling like no glasses, at least not right now. All right. So, what drawer am I going to pick cards from the second? Well, so number two was the first drawer. I kind of want to use the Star Dragons. Uh, yeah, but not only the Star Dragons. So let's do this one more time. Number three, which is the second drawer. My eye immediately goes to the Happy Tarot, but I saw the Mirror Truth Lenormand. Like yesterday or last time I was live when I was putting the cards away. And I was like, oh wow, I haven't used this in a minute. I still feel like there's more. But wait, there's more. We'll do. And it's number three again, and I'm gonna do the Happy Tarot now. I'm kind of drawn towards the Science Tarot, Tarot of Dreams, African American Tarot is in this deck. The Whispers of Lord Ganesha. And I am still going to get the um, Wild Unknown Animal Spirits, which is right here. I like to keep these in their boxes just for, because I don't have like a dedicated space anymore. And it just helps me keep everything to not lose cards, basically. Helps me. Oh. Oh. Wait. said I didn't want to Google, but I didn't say I don't want to read. I love to read. Is that what she said? Or I love reading? I forget what she said. I really thought it was in here. It's probably in here. Okay. Oh, I left this drawer open. Oh, because I'm still. Yeah, I'll go for it. We're going for the Whispers of Lord Ganesha. I was like, I left the drawer open. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't pick a card yet. I think this is enough. If it rolls 4, then I will pick another. And it rolled 2. Nice. Yeah. I was going to say if it rolls 4, I'll stop. But then I was like, not that I don't trust in what's meant to come out will come out. But statistically, I was already feeling like we were done. So, anyway. It's kind of like, again, it's not bad at all. If the spiciness is a problem, and sometimes it is a little bit, like I think this mutes it the best, but I miss out on the flavors that I actually like in the blackberry Dr. Pepper. And I feel like I even miss out on the mango and the mango chili. I feel like there's something there. Anyway, it's fine. Okay. Come on, Patrick. What are we doing? Ooh. Am I gonna? Sure. Why not? Ooh. I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hello? So we got the Wild Unknown Tarot. The Wild Unknown Animal Spirits, the Mirror Truth Lenormand, the Star Dragons, and the Whispers of Lord Ganesha. I feel like I haven't read this book in a minute. The Animal Spirits I'll read more because like some of the animals I don't necessarily have too much of a connection to, you know what I mean? Okay. That's fine. So it went from the Son of Cups and the Five of Pentacles to the Son of Cups and the Ace of Cups to the Son of Cups and the Four of Pentacles. To the Son of Cups and the Daughter of Wands. One more. Judgment and the Two Swords. All right. We got 5 decks. And see, okay. So the anchor for these will be before and after the octopus. It's not the alcohol, it's just my brain. I would blame it with fire ants and zebra, gazelle and the fire ants, the lion and the gazelle. the camel and the gazelle. This cosmic egg and the camel. Okay. The lamb and a cosmic egg. Ooh. The unicorn just flipped over. The unicorn was the final card the last time I used this deck. And the bottom of the deck is the tarantula with the phoenix behind the tarantula. This is interesting. Because the phoenix is behind the unicorn and the tarantula, it gives an energy of something that is born anew, like reborn different rather than different by birth, right? Because the unicorn is that rare mythical equestrian energy. The tarantula is also different than the common. Is there a common spider? It's a different kind of arachnid. I'm like, it is still an arachnid, right? We're not Googling today, so. I don't know if I'm gonna get over that because I really do like the blackberry Dr. Pepper, and I thought it would mix well. Um, the thing about this being reborn different is rather than the metamorphosis of the butterfly, where in some way, shape, or form, biologically, the caterpillar, even if it doesn't necessarily consciously anticipate the transformation into a butterfly, somewhere in its DNA, like that information is encoded. The rebirth here feels not that it's not natural, but the transformation feels more extreme. More extreme, but also incredibly subtle. Subtle to the point where someone had, like, we may not even sort of recognize or realize when it happened. But it's like there may be evidence that points to the fact that it happened, but not when it happened, where it happened, how it happened, or maybe even why it happened. Which, in and of itself, isn't necessarily particularly important. It only becomes important when we start to attribute meaning to certain things, or when we start to apply labels of or demarcations of significance to certain events, right? So, for example, let's say a transformation happened on some random day, right? We didn't realize it. We didn't know until we're put into a situation where we're like, oh, like I'm different. And maybe in our minds, we go like, okay, well, like when, like maybe now was the time, or maybe it was this one particular instance that was like when everything shifted and changed. And again, it's like it only really becomes important when it could be detrimental to us to give something more significance or importance than it actually has. Could be. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but it could be. With the lizard and the tiger. Excuse me, cutting to the swan. The Son of Cups was a swan. We last saw the Son of Cups with the Daughter of Wands. So, in some way, you can say that the Son of. Oh, look, there's the octopus. That the Son of Water is the inverse of the Daughter of Fire. The fish and the octopus, the spider and the fish. Hey, look, there's a spider. The tarantula and the spider. Interesting. It's almost like it plays on the light and pigment color theory. Like when it comes to light or what is emissive, then like white light is it holds the spectrum of the entirety of the visible spectrum within it, right? But when it comes to pigmentation or reflection, something that is black absorbs the entirety of the visible spectrum. It reflects nothing. So in pigment, you could say that black is the presence of all of them, whereas in light, white is the presence of all of them. And the tarantula, like the spider, would be the closest predecessor to the tarantula. So it's almost like I want to say it's the opposite, or maybe not. I mean, it could apply in any kind of way, right? So when it's the spider, it's almost like it was emissive, but post transformation, it becomes reflective. And like lowest hanging fruit, for example, like let's say someone was like really like the lowest hanging fruit is like someone was like really bright and really like themselves, but after they've been in a certain environment for a certain amount of time, they started to become more of their environment and less of them true selves, right? So rather than emitting and shining, they become reflective of what is sort of around them, right? Like someone becomes world weary, or I don't want to say a corporate drone, but lowest hanging fruit. It's like that kind of energy, but maybe not entirely. So again, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get one question mark of each of these. I'm gonna just pull it. So that's why I'm doing all this shuffling now, with the exception of the octopus. Before the octopus will be Aquarius season, whatever. Before the book of the anchor. And then after the octopus will be Pisces season. The book of the anchor is like it can be when a self narrative weighs one down, when one anchors themselves in the narrative that they tell themselves, or it could be like, now that book was wide open, but not every book is. And depending on how much of the book we've read, not only how much we've read, but also how much we've comprehended or how we comprehended, how much we've understood, that could be the basis of um, something. And it can make things heavy or not. Because the anchor, right? Anchor could be just like the foundation of a thing, like what really weighs it down or holds it down. Or it could be, you know, something that like premature roots comes to mind. Um, but something that ties us down, right? And the thing is, like a twist in a novel or story only works because you read the book from page to page, right? So it's almost like if we were to withhold the entirety of the judgment process, where we're just like collecting data information, while we read the book. Like by the time you get to the end of the story, you wouldn't be surprised by the twist because it's just like a part of the information you've gathered, right? Without that investment or that sort of processing as you're reading, that's when it's like it defies expectation. But if you were to just take it all in, it would just be what it is. So maybe a reminder to be mindful of when to be mindful of the point in which we stop listening or the point in which we reach a certain conclusion. To be mindful of where we drop anchor, right? Cool. Dragon came out. It's number 14. Under and it's understanding. Cool, love it. Understanding, looking at both sides is the dragon that came out. Bottom of the deck is inspiration. Um, so I like to say all the time, I'm a Pisces. My Mercury's in Pisces, so like my brain operates in metaphor. I saw a clip, a Big Bang Theory clip, last night or this morning. I think last night of Penny, who is your layman, um, helping Sheldon with like his string theory problem, and Sheldon is like this brilliant theoretical physicist question mark because that's string theory, right? And like Penny was like, oh, like she was because they had a conversation and he was like, you get it? She was like, yeah. And he said something. No, she was like, yeah. And then she was like, did we just solve string theory? And Sheldon was like, we've been trying to crack string theory for decades. Like, there's no way that blah, 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 whatever. And then Penny was like, well, it's like, how complicated can it be? It's a string, right? It's a single thing and it loops and it can have knots. And then Sheldon was like, you don't get knots above the fourth dimension unless blah, 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 right? So, with the understanding and the seeing both sides, it's almost this energy that's like the names. There's something about the power of a name, right? My brain operates in metaphor. So it's like, it's not necessarily that, like, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, blah, 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 like a duck, it's a duck. Um, it's like the name itself holds some kind of clue or some kind of information or some kind of property, right? Even for like with the anchor. Mm, I guess like with the anchor or with the book. It's I feel like there's not necessarily a clean metaphor. But it's just like there's something like it reveals something, even if it's not one for one. And I remember like my mom took a statistics class maybe, and there was like the bell curve, and it's called a bell curve because it looks like a bell. So with certain things, there were like certain things you could intuitively understand, about something distributed in a bell curve pattern just by more or less knowing the nature of a bell, right? And so that, like, something about the understanding, looking at something from both sides with inspiration, it's like, regardless of how complex something is, if it's known by another name, then there may be analogs that help make it more understandable. Anyway, like, I guess, like with the anchor, if you find yourself stuck and something is the anchor, then it's like you can just pull up the anchor and then you would be free to move with the tides and move with the winds. Sometimes we go, well, it's not as simple as whatever, but with the basis of that common ground question mark, it could inspire us to move forward in some way. And we're in the season of Pisces now, so if ever there were a time to be more metaphorical than literal, it would be now. Or if ever there was a time that something concrete could be represented by something more abstract, and the abstraction of the thing could lead to some kind of breakthrough because of the limitation of our understanding in the concrete, then it would be Pisces season, right? I mean, you could say it'd be any season, but cool. Innocence is at the cut. But that's why they say it's like, sometimes like you get a child or a person outside of the specifics involved, and like you get their input to see the potentially simple solution or a different perspective that you wouldn't see or get when you're so deep in the weeds of the thing, right? We can tend to overcomplicate the more proficient we become. This is 5 minutes, all right. I could just pull off the top, honestly. Is that what I'm gonna do? Top of the deck for Aquarius, bottom of the deck for Pisces. But again, did I charge that? I did. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm using the Whispers of Lord Ganesha, the Star Dragons, the Mirror Truth Lenormand, the Water Known Animal Spirits, the Water Known Tarot. And I kind of want to go in order. I was going to start with the animal spirits because I want to look before and after the octopus. But we'll do that after. Cool. So, I'm going to have to put my glasses back on. We have childlike expression. Okay, so at least we are on some kind of theme. For Aquarius and decision for Pisces. That kind of plays into that whole just like pull up the anchor. In the vein of like children don't necessarily have the same hangups. They're not as the narrative isn't as firmly established. So it's easier to make a drastic change and it not be this whole like plot twist because the story is just beginning, right? Like if you're in the prologue of the story or if you're in the beginning of the story, at that point if something wild or crazy happens, you don't necessarily consider it a plot twist. You may call it a subversion of expectation or something along those lines, but the plot's not established enough for it to be a twist. It's just this wild, crazy thing that happened, this unexpected occurrence. Okay. So on childlike expression, we have transformation, defining yourself. Childlike expression and defining yourself. 1, 2, 3. 12 is childlike expression. 3, if I can move my finger, 3 is transformation. On top of decision or accompanying decision is effort, conquering your demons. So, yeah, again, kind of sort of playing into that, getting out of one's own way, pulling up the anchor, moving forward. With the mirror truth, we have the snake, and it's the year of the snake, was the year of the snake for Aquarius, and the storks for Pisces, 717. We just saw the storks in the Gilded Reverie Lenormand, and they were like building their own nest in that card. So the animal for Aquarius is the spider, because what other animal would it be? And the animal for Pisces is the zebra. And I'm still going to do before and after, but bear with me. Then we have the star for Aquarius, because literally, also the star is number 17. The storks is number 17. Effort was number 7. The snake is number 7. Um, we have the star for Aquarius and the hermit for Pisces. We get major arcana on both sides, which I love. Also, in Aquarius season, with traditional depictions of the hermit, the star is in the lantern rather than it just like being the flame on the shell of the tortoise. So there's the star in the sky, and then here's the star in a cage. The cage not necessarily being whatever, but again, it almost feels like it plays on something in that spider to tarantula, that emissive to reflective transformation. Of white light and black pigments. I think I feel like under that's another, that whole metaphor situation scenario phenomenon in and of itself plays into that card of understanding, looking at both sides. Because if we look at something that is emissive, that emits light, and if we look at literally anything else, we may assume that they kind of sort of play by the same rules and the same dynamics, but it's not the same. Anything that we see, anything that is illuminated, we see because it reflects light. And so what we see is the light that is not absorbed. And if we were to treat it the same, it would lead to a crucial, could lead to like, it's a crucial lack of foundational knowledge, which could escalate into all kinds of stuff, especially if there's some kind of like practical whatever, right? What am I doing with all this? Girl. Now we're going to look before and after the octopus. I love that the swan is here with that like mirror. understanding both sides. The dragon and the phoenix are together, which are masculine and feminine representations. Octopus. I have to remind myself what I'm looking for. We are like well through this deck. Interesting, the gazelle is here again. Okay, so on the side of Aquarius is the black egg, on the side of Pisces is the gazelle. Which, in a lot of senses, makes sense because of the spider. The spider, I interpreted the spider as the premature form of the tarantula, or a previous form of the tarantula. So it's essentially the egg. The gazelle being here is also interesting because, like, I feel like because it's that Reem energy, and it's funny because I remember it came out. I almost want to say it came out. There was a video with like the in the thumbnail. I'm pretty sure it's like the four seasons, and it's for the fixed signs, and I think it came out for Aquarius. And I want to say, excuse me, it came out for Aquarius, and fortunately, I mean, I guess I could just turn these on, right? Spoiler alert, they weren't on, but now they are. Because I'm pretty sure it's Aquarius in that video. Uno momento, por favor. Was it live or pre-recorded? If I search fixed signs, it should pop up. Here it is. The black egg is. Look, I'm at Aquarius, right? The black egg is sitting right there at the bottom. I went to the Aquarius timestamp, and there's a black egg at the bottom of the deck with looks like reflective truth, the heart portal, and what is this? I can probably zoom in. The root portal, reflective truth, the root portal, and the heart portal. Oh, that was the end of the one. Okay, let's. The gazelle is at the bottom of the deck with attachment in the throat portal. So this is like into the actual Aquarius timestamp. The gazelle is at the bottom of the deck with justice, the emperor, the six of pentacles, challenges or attachment, and the root portal. Throat portal, sorry. And it's funny because attachment came out the last time. It was attachment and I think challenges. And then it was challenges and something else. And it was like, just because we get rid of the attachment doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be challenges. And again, there's the whole the book and the anchor sort of energy here that has come out. Interesting. Hold up, what day was that? Four years ago. That was August 4th, 2021. I have a calendar now. I noticed it the other day. I was like, whoa. I think the eclipse is somewhere around there. Right? Oh, I said no Googling. I said no Googling. I didn't type it and press search yet. And I went through YouTube Studio, so I didn't have to Google fixed signs real quick. Anyway. I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know. It's fine. And I love that the black egg has its correlations to, ties to the truth. What's interesting about these in particular, and I'm looking at the star of the black egg on one side, the star and the black egg on one side, with the gazelle and the hermit on the other side. It's almost like something doesn't, excuse me, it's like something doesn't blossom or flourish until it is integrated. Now I'm thinking of the Archangel of Mystery, specifically in the SKT Revelations edition, or in both editions. I'm pretty sure in the Revelations edition of the SKT, the orb is free. But in the Vitruvian edition, the orb is in a lantern or in a cage. And the Archangel of Mysteries is the angel who illuminates the shadows. And like in the vein of like the truth, there's a certain power that the truth holds just because it is the truth. But there are certain things that truth can only do once it's like accepted. Right. And maybe that's why the zebra is here. Okay. I think we're going to start here and work our way out. And here is the octopus. Because again, in a traditional depiction of the hermit and the star, in the star card, the star is in the sky free, and that's the black egg. But it's like when it hatches, represented by this gazelle energy, it's the hermit, and in the hermit card, it's in a cage. But it's in the hermit's lantern, right? And so, yeah. Then, like, with this spider energy, it's like this truth that was ubiquitous everywhere, sort of like outside. Now it's like it's integrated into the zebra because that's like the third eye of the zebra, right? So the being, it's like it's incorporated into the zebra. Whereas with the spider, it's like it's outside and all around. And so then we turn to the snake and the storks. It's like there's no amount of shedding this snake can ever do to incorporate into itself what is outside of itself. That's not how that works. But with the storks, what's also interesting is last time we saw the storks, they were building a nest, and this card here, like the eggs have already hatched. Like there are two uh, storklings in the nest. When we saw it in this deck, this deck, I was like, why is this up here? Why did I not put this back? When we saw it in the Gilded Reverie Lenormand, which may have been for, I don't remember why I pulled this out, honestly. Oh, the Superb Owl. That's what it was. I'm pretty sure. Here, like, it was like they were still building the nest. But here in Pisces season, we see like not only is the nest complete, but the chicks have hatched and like they're parents now. Then that leads us to effort and decision, conquering your demons, and then making a choice versus transformation, defining yourself in childlike expression. This combination of the spider transformation and childlike expression, it is Peter Pan. Again, it's funny because I just saw like a Wendy and the Kid. Not only did I see a Wendy and the Kid skit, but I also saw Dante Bosco, who played somebody in the Robin Hood question mark Peter Pan movie. I saw an interview with him. So that came out twice. Like Peter Pan, it's like to age, but to never grow up. It does not get better. It's not bad. It's just all of what I enjoy. It's gone. Because again, like there's no amount of shedding that the snake can do. There's no amount of construction or web that the spider can weave to put these colors on the inside. And so, and it's like, I know we literally, and maybe that as the cards come out and as the message comes forth, or as different messages sort of like weaving out, there are different things at different points, right? Because I know we literally just said um, the whole like involving the layperson or the child, the one who doesn't overcomplicate things or who isn't lost in the intricacies and nuances of whatever, that can see the simpler solutions, right? But walking this back, it's almost like it's naive to think that any amount of shedding or any amount of what we surround ourselves with will produce something similar as if something were to come from within us. And it's like that's that childlike, it's like it locks, it can lock us into this permanently almost immature sort of whatever, where we never really grow beyond our infancy. It's like a caterpillar goes into its chrysalis and it emerges a bigger caterpillar. And it never necessarily hits that butterfly sort of stage. That was before. And you could attribute that to Neptune being in Pisces for whatever, for however long, and Saturn being in Pisces for however long. You can contribute it to all of the things we didn't know in the past that have been revealed and are being revealed. Right? Like it's this thing that we saw, or it was these things that we like saw that we knew about, but like nothing was really being done, or like even if we knew and even if it was blatant, it wasn't as, you know, I feel like I need more alcohol. Anyway, see, it's like the gazelle is what this childlike expression claims to be or thinks it is. The gazelle actually is. And again, literally, it's the black egg on the side of Aquarius. The egg on the side of Aquarius. It's hatched on the side of Pisces. So it's not that we necessarily lose our whimsy, because Pisces is a very whimsical, fantastical, whatever. Right? Excuse me. Then we have effort and decision here. And it's conquering your demons. It feels like, again, it's like anything that would reduce, limit, affect, negatively impact our ability to actually like take in and absorb the truth, right? Because this is the side that the tarantula was on. So this, it absorbs everything and it reflects. I don't, it's not that it, well, it absorbs everything. For good and bad, light and dark, right? Because it's the zebra. But it's, and see that because of the zebra, I don't know. Maybe maybe transformation and childlike. It's like the whole snake transformation childlike expression cycle creates this obsession. Could create this obsession with like seeming to be whatever, or it's so obsessed with the portrayal of what it attributes, whatever that star-like energy is. It's like it becomes more about emulating that than actually taking it in digesting it and more naturally just being. Because gazelle is graceful, effortless. The gazelle doesn't have to try; it just is, right? But with the stripes of the zebra, it's almost like it's both emittive and reflective. And even the storks are both white and black. I kind of want to. I don't know if I want to read this or not. The Storks card indicates upcoming changes, a journey, a move, a job change, being flexible, change, and activity. I'm like, I feel like that was a lot of change. This card always stands for change. Something new is coming. Have a look at the surrounding cards to find out more about the main themes here. It is time to change yourself or something. Change has to be addressed. Otherwise, we will be blinded to reality. Nothing stays as it is. You should think about a return. Start something new. You should think about a return. Start something new. The only constant in nature is change. Everything that refuses to change for a long time is taking us backward developmentally. Accept the challenge. You have to start moving and cannot just sit there waiting for change to come by itself. When I am not changing, an unpleasant situation at some point, such as an illness, will force me to rethink and act. Therefore, the Storks card indicates the area where I should take responsibility and become active. Take responsibility and become active with effort, literally, right here. Cool. Effort and decisions. So I feel like, yeah, that's both effort and decisions. I'll read the zebra too. Why not? The zebra is an earth fire. Fire. Oh, was that the zebra? Elephant, lion, zebra. Eccentric, creative, and visionary. Zebras are the most precious of gems. They are young at heart, well cultured, and have an undying curiosity about life. Being in the company of a zebra personality not only is a delight, but also opens our minds. Be prepared. Their potent magic is contagious, and you may soon find yourself in a faraway land, expanding your worldview while having a blast. Zebras also like to contribute to the global health through environmental or volunteer work. This card may be a hint to pack your bags. When in balance, it's worldly, enthusiastic, and fashion forward. When out of balance, it's jaded, pouty, and vain. To bring into balance an epic adventure and art. Cool. Um, yeah. I'm trying to make sure of that. There we go. Is there anything else? I don't think so. And I guess you could say that's like the thing about childlike expression as well. It's like children play pretend. And for the most part, that's all they do. They pretend. And pretending can be great for changing one's mindset, but pretending by itself doesn't change anything in reality. Am I going to? Yeah. I kind of want to. I don't necessarily want to pull more cards, but I am curious about the Archangels of Mysteries. Hmm. Sure, we'll do it. The Vitruvian edition will be on the side of the Gazelle. The Revelations edition will be on the side of the Black Egg because the Hermit is on the side of the Gazelle. And in the Vitruvian edition, it's in the cage slash lantern. And in the Revelations edition, I'm pretty sure it floats freely in the sky. Oh, look at that! The erudite when I cut the deck. I didn't like this split, so I was going to move it over here. The erudite is the hermit. So yeah, maybe that's just a confirmation that the hermit on the side of his this was the right choice. I think one thing, as great as childlike expression can be, depending on the environment, it can be more difficult for the child to handle difference than the adult, right? Like if you think of the kid that asks questions about like why they're different, and a lot of it again it comes to the people in their environment and their surroundings versus like the person who's lived enough life to not care what other people think. You know what I mean? Because the child, that can be the beginning of a self censoring to be less different. Oh, look, the moon, which is water, which is Neptune, which is Pisces. Oh, it is Pisces. There you go, Pisces. Pisces season. Cool. Love it. It's also not lost on me that I guess the nodes are still in Virgo. South Node Virgo, North Node Pisces, and we have Virgo coming up for Pisces. Love a Virgo. Ooh. The devil just came out on top of bridging the zebra, the storks, and effort. Literally conquering your demons. And the devil in this deck is the demon. We see on top of the storks. As I was going through the animals, and I guess I'll show you. I don't have to, but the dragon and the phoenix were together. And in the SKT, they represent the feminine and masculine aspects of. They represent feminine and masculine energies, right? And so we see them captive in this demon card. But when we conquer our demons, we can set them free. And here, and again, like, again, going back to childlike expression, a lot of it also comes down to who's involved in that child's life. If a child has supportive parents that encourage them to be themselves regardless, or that let them know that being different doesn't have to be like a bad thing or it isn't a bad thing, they'll be more comfortable and being confident in being themselves. But if, on the other hand, they also try to enforce some kind of whatever, if they also shame their child for being different or whatever, then again, it's like that dynamic can be like this. In the Six of Cups, we see the phoenix and the dragon hatching from eggs. The warrior, the corruptor, and the magus, bottom of the deck. Master of the mystic light, the corruptor, and divinity and man, powers of spirit. I'm looking for the Archangel of Mysteries. Okay. I had to remind myself again. See, in the Six of Cups, they're hatching from eggs, which again could speak to that rebirth, like the rebirth of the phoenix. What's that? Sun in Scorpio? The phoenix that we saw with, because the unicorn came out, the tarantula was at the bottom of the deck and the phoenix was behind it. I just had to mentally remind myself again what I'm looking for. Archangel of Mysteries. Oh, we are deep into this deck. Did I overlook it? I'm gonna give it another shuffle. I'm gonna look again. I have to overlook it. Oh, Knight of Swords just made some noise. And Mercury was on the shield of the Knight of Swords. We just saw Mercury in the last live. It was Mercury, the oil of vitrium. I'm pretty sure the significator, and then sublimation and sulfur. Now the priestess, the malaise, and the necromancer at the bottom of the deck. The high priestess, the nine of wands, and the moon. The nine of wands between the high priestess and the moon. That's an interesting combination. Because in some ways, I don't know if the divine necessarily gets frustrated. But in some ways, it's almost this like maybe we're frustrated because we're asking for a sign, looking for a sign, and we can't find one. And then it's almost like the divine is frustrated because it's like as much as it tries to communicate something or illuminate something to us, it's like we just don't see it or we keep missing it. So it's this whole like not necessarily unnecessary tension, um, but some things we don't see because either we're not ready to see or because of the medium through which we are being made aware. Here it is. Of course. The Archangel of Mysteries is under the erudite. The erudite is Virgo. Not surprised because just like in this card, we see the star in the urn and the Archangel of Mysteries, the orb is in the cage. This is why I picked this deck for this side. The Stronghold of the Grail has the lobster on it. Lobster giving Scorpio. Scorpio associated with transformation. And the letter. Herald of the Purifying. I love that Herald of the Purifying because we saw the corruptor between the sun and the magician. Also, conquering your demons. Herald of the Purifying. I think I'm going to get the card from um, the other deck. I think I want to pull after the Herald of the Waters. In every deck, pages are messengers, but in this one in particular, they come with those letters or a scroll. Knight of Wands, Queen of Wands. Sanctum of Splendor, Embers of the Salamander at the kind. Ooh, okay. So on the other side, we got a fall. On this side, we got a flip, and it's the convalescent Jupiter in Libra, which is that's the star who has not yet begun to pour those healing waters. Who withholds the healing waters? Question mark. And the star, it's interesting because the star is on this side, right? The hermit was on the other side, but she's not pouring that water yet. The convalescent is the person that is healing. It's the healing process. The star holds healing waters, but she's withholding the healing waters, or she's not yet begun to pour those waters. The hallowed flame, the angel, and the quester, the awakening, a divine higher genius, and the six of swords are the bottom three over here. We're looking for the archangel of mysteries. Because I'm pretty sure in this deck, the orb floats free. I need to use the restroom. Yep, it does. Oop. This is so interesting. Maybe more so than this could be someone who has like, and it's so funny because I was going to mention something like this because I'm looking at what the ace of wands and the high priestess, or the hallowed flame and the priestess. Like a high priestess sees everything. This ace of wands only illuminates so much. So now that the high priestess, the nine of wands, and the moon could be someone who's almost burdened by their intuition in a way. Maybe like their discernment revealing things that they don't want to know, or revealing things that they may not. I'm gonna have to use the restroom. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. And as always, a well timed potty break. Um, so the High Priestess, the Nine of Wands, and the Moon could be, in addition to that whole whatever, it could also be someone whose intuition or discernment is a little keener or sharper or provides more insight than they necessarily want or more than they feel like more than they know what to do with. And so as I was washing my hands, um, what came to mind, it's almost like I wonder, because I'm me, right? We still have choice, and nothing is necessarily set in stone because we have free will. And so it was like, because then my mind it comes like intercessors, people who go to the divine, or even, you know, the whole like, even like manifesting world peace or whatever. Ooh, that hit my throat wrong. It's like all the spice just landed on the same spot. It's like sometimes I wonder if we seek spiritual means to alter the outcome of reality rather than making a plea to our fellow men and women, to our fellow humans, right? Because since we have free will, there are some cases, circumstances, scenario situations where the divine is almost limited because it won't necessarily impinge upon the free will of another. But it's like if we would just talk to one another, not necessarily every case and scenario, but it's like I wonder if there aren't times or won't be times or haven't been times where rather than praying to the divine or holding whatever, we could have just like talked to each other, sort of abstractly, right? Or it's just like in some scenarios and situations, it would be better to convince someone rather than like plead your case to the divine. Because again, it's like I'm of a mind that there are at least some scenario, situation, circumstances where just because our intuition and discernment tunes into certain things, or just because we get a vision of how things are going to go, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to go that way. And rather than resigning ourselves to that fate or pleading with the divine in some cases, who, again, free will is a thing, so may not impinge upon the free will of another, where we could just like talk to somebody, right? So, for example, if someone is on a dangerous path and we see it or we have a dream or whatever, depending on what our relationship is, right? Like, yes, maybe we just like pray for them or we, seek a spiritual path to protect them or whatever. But it's like if we could just talk to them and convince them to like be more diligent or to do a little bit of research or whatever, to look into things or to be a bit more objective, and that would cause them to go like, you know what, yeah, you're right, I will hold off on this. It was like I just saw a clip from one of the Final Destination movies where it was at a race and this guy was like predicting these things that were going to happen, and then they happened, and then he said that car is going to crash, we need to go. And people were in the comments and they were like, if someone just accurately predicted five things that instantly came true, and if they say a car is going to crash, I'm not going to argue with them, I'm going to listen to them and evacuate. You know what I mean? Like it's already been proven. Anyway, like eventually, besides the fact that the Final Destination movies are what the Final Destination movies are, eventually they left, right? And so it's like that would have been more effective to get someone to use their own free will in a way that benefits them, is for them, is conducive to their health, happiness, whatever. It's more effective sometimes in some situations, scenarios, and circumstances than some alternatives, right? And so the burden then isn't necessarily to see and be powerless to do anything. Maybe sometimes the call is to see and then try to intervene on the earthly plane, right? Because it's almost like, again, take it as it resonates when it resonates, and like with the grain of salt, and with the proposed expansion of a perspective, not as fact. Again, trust your own intuition, discernment. Excuse me. It could be like if something was going to be done on the spirit realm, it's like, why tell you who are physically incarnate that has the ability to directly talk to someone in a way that they may be resistant to other, sources, to the divine? Like, why tell you for you to then go back to you know what I mean? Sometimes we're told so that we, whatever. Again, as it resonates when it resonates. We have the Ivory Shield, Sanctum of the Immaculate, the Archangel of Mysteries, and the Hector Five of Swords. See here, it floats freely, just like the star in the sky. That's why this one is here, and over here again, it is in the lantern, just like there. That's why I paired these up in this way. This, I feel like this is one of those, like, I don't know. I am me, and I'm the one pulling the cards, right? That's what I had to remind myself in the bathroom, like before I came back, because I was like, yeah, it could be, but it's not necessarily every case scenario situation, and maybe it don't work like that for some people. Not everyone thinks the way I do, and it's not for everyone to think the way I do because we're not all the same, right? But then it was like, okay, well, if it came to you and this is your perspective, then hey. Oh. See, something about this felt a little sinister. And sinister in a way of like somebody that knows something that selectively reveals certain truths and that may depend on someone's own logic to arrive at certain conclusions that weren't stated. It's very much so like, I never said that this and that and this other thing were going to happen. I only said that this is known to happen and that that is known to happen and that this other thing is known to happen. But I never said that they were all going to occur here and this time, one after the other. If that's what you got from what I said, then that's on you. It's not on me. But it's like they very intentionally said what they said in a way so that you would logically arrive to that conclusion. And they maintain a sort of innocence a sort of guilt-free innocence because they never plainly said the thing that they were very heavily implying. And again, it's because of this childlike expression that's like it's something that never matures. And so it's like this cup is offered as a kind of like, see, it's like here's the fountain and there's the cup. And this is the card of the Queen of Water, Queen of Cups. And like you would assume that she filled that cup up at the fountain. You see the cup, you see her holding it, you see the fountain. You would naturally assume, oh, she filled the cup from the fountain and she's offering you the cup from the fountain. Because if you look at the Ace of Cups, and we saw the Ace of Cups at some point, I think it was the Ace of Cups with the. Where was it? Anyway, we saw the Ace of Cups in the only tarot deck that was on here before I pulled the SKT. It's like we would assume she filled the cup up there, but in reality, she could have filled it from the pond back there, right? And then you see the Five of Swords, the Hector, with the Papal Bull front and center. Excuse me. Also, that's so interesting that we see the owl that is representative of Athena because Athena came up the last time. More so the comparison of how Athena created a whole arachne in a weaving contest when who was it? One of the Orishas admitted defeat in a similar contest because the messenger of the person that she challenged could flawlessly replicate whatever. And she was like, if the messenger could do this, then I have no chance. Anyway. And see, it's like that's the thing. It's something about like this star in the sky. It's like it's paraded or it's held. It's like the poster child of a certain whatever. And it's like if you, it's like this person drank from the fountain and now they're whatever. And they're like, but it's like that's, first of all, maybe if the cup was actually filled from the fountain, sure. But they filled it, the cup from a ditch that filled with rainwater. It's not from the fountain. And whatever is promoted, it's not necessarily what it is either. See, again, and like, even with the context of the Four of Swords, here, in the Four of Swords, this person has not received those healing waters, but it's the card of healing. There's a lot about perspective, even with children, right? Not only is it pretend, but it's also like, again, since the narrative isn't established, it's easy, can be easy to like lie to them. I'm not saying Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, but Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. And they'll really believe. Again, it's almost like this egg that would never hatch, the star that's always out of reach. And the games that we play and the ways in which we convince ourselves to think anything is anything otherwise. Right. And again, effort, conquering your demons, and decision. It's not that we can't transform, it's not that we can't heal, it's not that we can't grow. But as long as there are certain things that we're unwilling to face, there are going to be ways in which we're always limited. Or as long as there are certain things that we are convinced are different than they are, then we would never know any different either. It's not until certain truths are not only revealed, but also like integrated, recognized, realized, understood, comprehended in some degree, that then effort can be made to make decisions that really alter a path or have different things come to be or that bring that transformative energy to light. And more so like in a real way than a pretend way, right? It's like that whole like I was eating this diet and like I feel 20 pounds lighter, but then you step on the scale and you've gained 10 pounds. And it's like it was more psychological than physiological. And the brain is a marvelous thing, but sometimes also the body doesn't lie. Anyway, let's look at the bottom of these now. And I'll read them. Protection is the bottom of the Whispers of Organization. I don't think I see this card too often, honestly. Excuse me. Protection number 20. 20 is judgment. Protect your energy as you lift your vibration and frequency. I feel like this in and of itself, it's such an interesting concept, especially as we're talking about like Aquarius, age of Aquarius, anything Aquarius and going into Pisces, especially as we're talking about this truth that is external to us that somehow we think if we surround ourselves with enough whatever, and if we shed and shed and shed, what's outside is gonna be on the inside. It seems like that whole protect your energy as you lift your vibration and frequency. It seems like a lot of times, sometimes we think, sometimes we think that protecting our energy, especially as we heal and grow or raise our vibration and frequency, means choosing ignorance or choosing to ignore certain things. Again, it's not real. It's a trick of the matrix. It's all a big whatever. Meanwhile, in reality, things are getting worse and worse and worse and worse because, again, like any physical impact that we could make while we are alive and embodied, we forego before protecting our energy could have looked like choosing to ignore rather than creating a space. Like for example, if you have weeds in your garden and you want to protect your crops, you don't ignore the weeds, or it's better to say sometimes it looked like we could have in the past, maybe more so than now, when it came to protecting our garden, we would overlook the weeds or we wouldn't look at the weeds. We would only look at whatever we're growing. And as long as we convince ourselves that the weeds aren't there, then it's like we don't even see the weeds. So our garden is thriving because the weeds are gone. But they're not actually gone, they're still there. And what happens when you leave the weeds unchecked is they have the potential to grow to a rate where they consume more nutrients than your crops do, to the point where the weeds start to thrive and your crops actually die. Right? So it's not actually protecting your energy when you just leave it to continue to be ravaged or just whatever. Protecting your garden might look like removing the weeds, right? Anyway, As you continue on your spiritual path, you begin to lift in vibration and frequency. I don't even want to read this anymore, but I said I would, so I will. There may be something else in here. As you continue on your spiritual path, you begin to lift in vibration and frequency, and you continue to experience new levels of love and light. Your energy body undergoes an essential transformation. These changes in the energy body require that past pain and limiting views of self be released. When this happens and the pain comes to the forefront of your experience, it can definitely feel like you're taking quite a battering. What I love about this is I feel like we're already transitioning into the effort conquering your demons. Cool. Ask Ganesha to surround you with his beautiful energy at this time. You may envision this energy as red, yellow, or white in color, or in any color that resonates with you. Imagine this energy is filled with love and light. It is said that Ganesha oversees the angels of protection. Ganesha's light energy serves to release any negative energy within its field into light. Visualize negative energy, entities, memories, or stuck energy being released from your spirit, mind, and body. When previous pain shows up, it may not be a clear cut memory of a particular past event or feeling of fear. Past experiences may be reflected in your current challenges and lessons. It appears in a form that will trigger you now, bringing up resistance and distraction to be dealt with immediately. Keep in mind to respond with love. You are assured that you will continue to grow and evolve through this challenge. Ganesha will assist you in protecting your energy for the best possible results. If that's your truth and I'm wrong, if your intuition and discernment is telling you I'm full of it, trust your intuition and discernment. See, that's why sometimes it's just like, I don't, it's like, I never got that other card. I'm going to pull this card really quick. I'm pulling after. I'll do it after. No, I'll do it now. After the Herald of Waters to get this message. Herald of the Earth, Herald of the Winds, Herald of the Waters, the Archangel of Healing. The Archangel of Healing. See again, and this Herald of the Waters is clarifying the cup that is with this stronghold of the Grail. Archangel of Healing, the angel who salves and purifies. Also, what was over here? Or was that on the other side? I feel like there was something about. Was it the bottom of the deck? No, Herald of the Purifying. That's what it was. Herald of the Purifying and the Archangel who salves and purifies. Over here is the Archangel with the cup that actually salves and purifies. Over here with the shiny pedestal type whatever is that cup. And through proximity and apparent association, we think that, that is the one. Anyway. And again, the star withholding her waters, whereas the Archangel of Healing came out here. If pain is a teacher, and there's a lesson that we refuse to learn, then it will continue to be there to teach it. And if protecting our energy looks like it's fine, it's whatever. I trust your intuition, discernment, and the way you navigate your path takes you where you want to go. Meaning, if it works for you, then you're not listening to me and it's working for you. Or if it doesn't work for you, then you sort of already know. Oh, inspiration. We saw that before. Is at the bottom of the deck over here. 203. Protection and inspiration. Excuse me. Here we go. Okay. Constellation is Bernice's hair. Coma Berenices. Bernice's hair being the constellation here is interesting because it makes me think of the Seven of Swords in the SKT. Kind of sort of like a Samson and Delilah type, like the source of Samson's strength was his hair. Listen to the whispers on the wind and the deeper energies flowing in every situation for new ideas and creativity. They can be found all around you. I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Listen to my call and be inspired. Draw from me for your new undertaking. I will be available to you in all points, times, and places. I am abundant energy, just ready to be plucked from the ether. When I strike, often without warning, be inspired. The general of inspiration beckons you to heed the call of a source of abundant creativity that is larger than yourself. Draw from the well of inspiration, and you will no longer be thirsty. Now is the time for inspiration and creativity to enter your life. That was the wisdom of the herald, the wisdom of the dragon, and then the star dragon invocation. Honestly, more often than not, I don't read the star dragon invocation because I'm not a huge, depending on what it is, I'm not a huge read the invocation type person because I'm not. Hey, how's it going? Oh, snap. Oh, well, thank you, Janelle. I hope you're doing well. Well, hopefully. Well, I guess I still got to get final cards. What time is it? Oh, it's still early ish. I mean, it's not midnight. The lady and the clouds. And then the moon. Interesting. There's a lady between the moon and the clouds. We've seen the moon on the Pisces side of things. Excuse me. I mean, I guess that's just Earth's gravitational field. I wonder. Again, we're not Googling today. I mean, because I'm sure there is still atmosphere above the clouds. Was that near orbit? The space between the moon and Earth's outermost layer of the atmosphere. We get some satellite junk up there, right? And then we have clouds, right? So it's like space junk. Okay. If, let's say, it's not like a credit check, it's not like if you go to purchase a car, they're going to run your credit or whatever. It's not, but let's build a metaphor with me, right? So what we're working towards creating is the I want to say litany, but without Google, I don't even know if that's the word I want. I think so, but I don't know. Anyway, we're working towards the space debris, right? All of the satellites and everything that have been launched since we started chucking stuff into space that are just like there because sometimes we're better at throwing things than we are retrieving them, or we're better at throwing things than we are at retrieving things, which again sort of fits. So let's say every time we make an inquiry to the divine, regardless of the state that we're in, plus everything of a spiritual nature that we come across, in a way, sort of ask for or not everything we see as a sign, and maybe sometimes even the things that we don't recognize as one. Over time, it's like they become this junk that's just sort of like out there. I don't know if like the manifestation of a thing is it like being pulled back down to earth, but there are some things for which there is no manifestation, and those things are kind of beliefs, right? Maybe there's something that we came across one time, there's something that we read in a book, there's some interpretation that someone had that we sort of take on, right? Because the lady is in between. Anyway, it's the clouds, the lady, and the moon. The moon is here, the high priestess, the nine of wands, and the moon. The nine of wands would kind of be this lady between the clouds and the moon. Although in reality, I just did all that to put the cards exactly in the same order they were in. In reality, this would be the moon. Oh, this would be the clouds. This would be the moon. But anyway, there we go. It's almost like, so whenever the divine tries to reach us in a way, it's like maybe before there was all this debris, it was easier for the thing to just like pass through that space between the moon and our atmosphere and just like find us, like it lands. It was easy. But it's like with all this debris, it's like if we treat it like light, and because a lot of it is metallic, I'm assuming, it's like it will reflect the light. So either we don't get the whole message or we don't get it at all because there's so much debris in that space. And clearing the debris is beyond the scope of this reading, but if you are really in a place and space to clear that debris in your life, I'm sure the divine would be happy to help. Your intuition and discernment would be happy to get some exercise to clear the clutter and to strengthen the signal and connection or whatever. The bottom of this deck is the Eight of Cups. Not the climb. There's always gonna be another. And I did say I was gonna read them. I didn't read the clouds. I'll read the clouds. Those cups. 9, 8. Stagnation and ill health. Under the Eight of Cups is the Nine of Wands. And then the Wheel of Fortune. So on one side, we have the High Priestess, the Nine of Wands, and the Moon. Here we have the Eight of Cups, the Nine of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune. Under the Wheel of Fortune is the Devil. Under the Devil is the Seven of Pentacles and the Two of Swords. Again, on this side, we have Conquer Your Demons. The Eight of Cups sends an urgent message to pack your bags and move on. Here's another card of movement because I'm pretty sure Was it the whispers? No, it was the storks that mentioned change, right? The only constant in nature is change. Everything that refuses to change for a long time is taking a step backward developmentally. Accept the challenge. You have to start moving and cannot just sit there waiting for change to come by itself. When I am not changing, an unpleasant situation at some point, such as an illness, will force me to rethink and act. And then this card is associated with ill health. And it also mentions moving. Anyway, the Eight of Cups sends an urgent message to pack your bags and move on. There is no hope of rekindling what's been lost. You must start anew. This card also points to phases of illness and physical stagnation. The message could not be more clear. Nothing good remains for you here. Lift your eyes to the horizon and let your feet lead you forward. Cool. I wonder. So, for example, in the scientific community, right, where you have the whole, where you have like peer review and other processes, when you protect, like protecting a thesis or protecting what one postulates to be something akin to what we believe, scientifically, protecting it means opening it up to criticism and counter argument with the knowing that if what you discovered or if what you postulate is the truth, it will continue to be the truth regardless of who runs the experiment, who tries to prove it wrong, or whatever. Now, to the sensitive ego, you could think that protecting it would be to try to eliminate anything that may say otherwise or prove otherwise. But in reality, that's kind of short sighted. Short sighted because if it isn't actually true, best believe there's going to be a case scenario situation where people find out. You know how many people get accused of falsely advertising, right? But also, it's like if it's not true, eventually it'll be found out anyway, especially when you talk about something of that nature. Like, we're still with advances that have happened in technology after thousands, hundreds or thousands of years. Things that were postulated as true hundreds and thousands of years ago, we can now confirm are true. What someone just postulated because of it made sense in whatever their mind says makes sense. Now, observably, we can see them as true. But again, if we're so short-sighted or sensitive, we can think protecting whatever would mean actively refuting or eliminating as best we can anything that would contradict. The truth is its own protection because the truth will never be proven false. Now, protecting a lie, protecting a lie means suppressing the truth. And maybe that's, again, that plays into that understanding, right? If we are convinced of a lie, or if we are liars ourselves, and we know that to protect a lie, you must suppress the truth, then we may get a bit confused when we're actually protecting the truth. You may think you have to suppress the lie for the truth to not be true, but the truth is true. It needs no protection. It's the lie that you have to protect because the truth will reveal it. But a lie only further validates the truth and its exposure, right? I feel like I saw there was a reel that I saw, not a reel, a short that I saw Bobby Brown. Girl, I don't know nothing about nobody. Bobby Brown apparently created some kind of foundation, Bobby with an I, and there was an influencer that was like basically smearing her foundation. Literally, I guess she would like pick up her foundation and smear it on her face. And she was like, "Oh, this foundation doesn't do whatever. It doesn't do whatever." And I guess her son was like, "We're in trouble because this influencer with a whole bunch of impact is slamming your product or our product." And then she went and put out, she was like, "Yeah, apparently there's this like new makeup technique or whatever where you just scoop it, you glob stuff on your face. It's like if you do that, of course, it's not gonna be whatever. You know what I mean?" And again, that was the whole, if you try to follow a lie, it will eventually just further validate the truth. If it's just not like outright, some things are hard to see as outright ridiculous, especially if we have less knowledge and or exposure. Anyway. Oh, look, there was the Emperor. The Emperor and the Father of Swords. We saw the Father of Swords yesterday. It was the God Protector of mankind. Is that Asa? I think so. Asa? Oh, the Daughter of Pentacles just tried to come out with a whole bunch of cards. Also, I'm gonna have to use the restroom again. The seal is not open. I will be right back. Shuffling all the cards together, and then we'll get final cards, and then we'll be done. All right, and we're back. We're back. No brilliant insight this time after coming back from the restroom. No, I mean, besides the fact, again, when it comes to protecting the lie, because I was thinking of how the Archangel of Mysteries and again, this is how the images are reading today, as like that pedestaling, selling a fake whatever to convince people to buy into the whatever. And it did see, sometimes it doesn't even necessarily have to be fake, right? Let's say that someone was naturally talented, right? They were a natural born talent. And at some point in their life, more so in their developmental period and phases, they had a certain coach. And let's say that coach was terrible, terrible. Maybe they only had the coach briefly, and then they were like, the performance is suffering. Also, it's like there's all this like mental, it's like something is very wrong under the mentorship and guidance of this coach. And then they go on and maybe they coach themselves or they get a different coach, right? They become wildly successful. somebody knows that that person was their coach, and the coach is like, yeah, like, see them, they're successful because of me. Like, they're whatever because of me. I was the first one, and I really set the foundation. And following my program, technique, whatever, they became this massive success. And it's like, from what we know, or from what most people would know, maybe you'd buy into it. So, what's pedestaled isn't necessary, it doesn't have to be fake or misrepresented, but something. Again, it's how they're reading today. The cup that was filled in that stronghold, not stronghold, in the ivory shield, it's like that was filled at that river in the back. That wasn't filled by the fountain. Like, they don't even have access to the fountain. There's a restraining order and guards in place against them. But, you can pose outside of it and make it look like that's where it came from. Right? Perseverance. This card was at the bottom of the deck under protection. I think when I picked up protection, perseverance was there because I remember seeing it. I'm not necessarily ready for final cards yet. Perseverance and surrender. 228. It's my birthday. Surrender and perseverance is such an interesting and cultivation. Surrender and perseverance. Oh my gosh, is this not the left and right legs on the tree of life? Is this not Had and Netzach? Had is surrender, Netzach is perseverance or endurance. It's such an interesting combination of cards because it seems like in some ways they can be opposing. Like, to surrender something is to, like, it's like to give up something, right? And to persevere is to, like, hold on. I feel like it's not like when I first looked at them, I was like, oh, this is interesting because they're almost opposites, but they're really not. Surrender and perseverance is anything that you could maybe look at as like a test of faith. This is anything that you could look at as a test of faith is a combination or is potentially within the shared domain of surrender and perseverance, right? If your intuition discernment, if the divine tells you that hold off on whatever because at this day, at this time, something good is going to happen, or your life is going to change, or just like maybe you intuitively feel that there's like some huge shift that is coming or happening. And there's also this intuitive understanding to just like persevere. And like, let's say that again, it's the territory of a trial of faith or a test of faith. After some time, you get really like sort of not paranoid, but you become easy prey for any kind of devil trickstery type energy that will come and ease your suffering. And so, for example, let's say that like, um, oh, I just saw a trailer for the Devil Wears Prada 2 this morning slash last night. Like Emily, right? Like she knew that Paris question mark Fashion Week was coming up at a certain point in time, right? So like she knew that was happening. And let's say that, for example, like she's invited to go somewhere and she knows Fashion Week is coming. she has this feeling like she should just pass, but in a moment of whatever, she goes to the whatever, and then she gets sick. She gets so sick that she can't go to Fashion Week. And it's like if she would have persevered and continued to surrender in that perseverance, she would have been well enough to go to Fashion Week. But now she has to miss out because she made another choice and decision. And it's that metaphor specifically because it's like there's an availability or there's an openness or there's an ease to which something can happen. But it's like if we, in a moment of weakness, make a choice that complicates things, it could potentially jeopardize the very thing that we were persevering for. Right. So it could be like I always go for low hanging fruit, right? It could be like a job or an opportunity to relocate or whatever, right? Maybe our intuition and discernment is telling us to just like keep clocking in for a little bit. And we are really at our wits' end. And again, a test of faith, it's surrender and perseverance because it's difficult. If it were difficult, it wouldn't read as surrender and perseverance, right? It's like if someone's like, yeah, I'm going to give up soda for Lent or whatever, but they never drink soda. It's like you're giving up something that, like, what you're choosing to surrender, you don't even have to give up because you don't have it in the first place, type energy. Anyway, so let's say that they quit, right? And it's like the day after they quit, the biggest headache that, like, let's say they have a boss or a manager that they don't get along with. And it's like they get released. And it's like the person who was in line to replace them, because the big wigs knew, but they couldn't say anything until whatever time, was the very person that quit the day before they would have gotten the promotion or the day before things would have changed or whatever. If our intuition and discernment is telling us to persevere more often than not, sometimes, at the very least, sometimes it's for a reason. But in our whatever, if we act hastily, then we can complicate or risk our ability to receive the very thing that we were persevering for in the first place. But anyway, that's just one case, an example where like surrender and perseverance do go hand in hand. They don't have to be whatever. Cool. Am I reading these? I'll read the little taglines. Steadfastness is what I open the book to. Surrender, persevere, steadfast. Excuse me, this. Surrender. In the state of sleep, manifestations take root. Perseverance. You are likely to see financial or other tangible rewards for all of your hard work. Ganesha's tusk represents hard work in completing the task at hand. There is a legend included in some manuscripts of the Mahabharata about Ganesha breaking his own tusk off to continue writing the Mahabharata epic as Vyasa was dictating it to him. Ganesha's tusk is interpreted as a symbol of sacrifice and strength and demonstrates that it is important to finish what you start. Here is a chance for rest and recovery after the challenges and various lessons that have recently been coming your way. Ganesha is offering you the option to retreat into a calm environment to replenish your strength and regain your composure. That was the first paragraph for surrender. So that reads like amazing. Not only is it rewards for hard work, but it's like you can take it easy. So in that case, what we surrender is I want to say freneticism. I feel like I actually want to Google that. I was like, I wanted to say we surrender a freneticism, right? Where we're like running around frantic. Um, or we're just like our adrenaline in our body, like we're used to like go, 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 go. But we have to surrender that whatever as we fall into the season of reward and relaxation, or as we fall into calm. Yeah, I wanted to say that, and then my brain was like, "Is it like frantic?" And then I was like, "Frenulum." Yeah. Oh, bro. All right, I'm not even done putting all the cards away. That just it came out, so we took it. Oh, I guess yeah. It's just these two. Oh man. I tried to pick up the Mirror Truth Lenormand and a whole bunch of cards from multiple decks apparently got knocked out. The SKT Revelations Edition done knocked over the Wild Unknown. This is the Vitruvian Edition, sorry. Anyway. I don't know, such an interesting time because Pisces is like the dreamer, and you could say the least committed to reality. I mean, it's the least committed to reality in a way where it's about the fantastic, but there are some that you could say have a similar level of detachment to reality and they're like delusions. Or, and they're like need to be rightness more so than actually being rightness. Anyway, um, yeah, it's interesting. Oops. Oh my. It's interesting that there's this energy of almost like hard truths, but it's more so what can happen when we accept those hard truths, hold ourselves accountable, and make genuine efforts and make choices and decisions. Decisions have the power to change our reality. I mean, there are a lot of things that do, but decisions are one of the few things you could say that is within our power that can change our reality. Cool. I hope I have all these. Daughter of Pentacles again. Daughter of Pentacles and the Empress. Interesting. Empress in the Tower. The Three of Swords and the Empress. The Seven of Pentacles and the Three of Swords. So the Daughter of Pentacles, the Empress in the Tower, the Seven, the Three of Swords, and the Empress. That like that could be a storyline of like something happening to someone, so someone else has to like step in or step forward, right? Or it's like someone could be stepping into a role. And again, the thing about the mentors and the people that are in the child's environment or the people that are in our environment whenever we're in a formative or vulnerable time, like we could be more susceptible to taking on truths or beliefs that are not ours. We can be more likely to generate a lot more of that debris. that makes it difficult for certain truths to actually penetrate the atmosphere and land. Um, but it's almost like there's like someone had it reads like having a more maternal figure in one's life that was a certain way. And when given an opportunity to step up, it's like having that voice in someone's head. And because of the Three of Swords, it's not a necessarily pleasant one. Um, and it's like it creates potentially unnecessary turmoil because those things have like not only have they taken root within someone, but it's almost like when it was said or when it was done, those things took root. And then when someone is put into a certain position, because that's the voice in their head or that's the standard that they're trying to live up to, what's taken root then begins to grow. And depending on how long it's been growing for, that determines the amount of effort, or it impacts at the very least, the amount of effort that it'll take to pull those weeds up. Again, back to weeds in the garden. And maybe it made sense for the scenario, situation, resources, for the time, for the environment that that Empress energy was in. But it's like the opportunity that the Daughter of Pentacles receives, like the Daughter of Pentacles herself is like a different person and a different kind of person. Something is different than it was for the Empress. But it's like really taken root in the Daughter of Pentacles so that when it comes her time to Empress in whatever way, it's like that's all she has to go off of. But just because it may be more difficult after things have taken root and begin to grow, doesn't mean it's impossible. And it doesn't mean it's one of those like it's never too late types of situations. And there's the Daughter of Pentacles with the Side of Pentacles again. Yeah, see, we lost the Daughter of Pentacles, and then the Daughter of Pentacles is with the Eight of Wands. When the Daughter of Pentacles does it her way, things happen much more smoothly, much quicker. Things drastically and rapidly improve when the Daughter of Pentacles isn't trying to be that Empress. It's like for a minute we were seeing the Empress. We weren't seeing the Daughter of Pentacles, but then she came back out. The Daughter of Pentacles is with the Seven of Swords and the fact there's something about the Daughter of Pentacles that's just different. It's giving like secret ingredient type energy. Something that the Empress didn't have. That was the dirtiest flip. It was almost a dirty fall, but then it turned like it didn't actually fall out. Interesting. The Hierophant, the Three of Wands, and the Wheel of Fortune. What I love about this combination of cards, especially after surrender and perseverance, is because it reads like something that is promised by the divine. The Hierophant being that connection to the divine, the Three of Wands representing the future, but also kind of sort of being this portal, and then the Wheel of Fortune being a change in fortune. But here, it's like the promise is the portal, the promise is an opportunity. Or the promise is because of that thing that is within the Daughter of Pentacles. It's that secret ingredient. It's like even if the opportunity is promised, longevity isn't necessarily. So if the Daughter of Pentacles was to go into the promise as that Empress, it would not be long lasting. It would be very short lived. But if the Daughter of Pentacles can show up as herself in her truth, again, she is the secret ingredient. That's what makes something a success. That is what leads to the fulfillment of what was promised or its longevity. Bottom of the deck is the Star. The Star is the answer to a prayer. wish fulfillment, healing, uniqueness, unique. That's what you are. And again, it can be challenging, it can be difficult, but it's never too late to start and it's not impossible. And if nothing else, you're worth it. Even if it were too late, you would still be worth it. The bumblebee and the butterfly, the birds and the that's the bumblebee. The butterfly is not a bird, although it may fly like one. They do migrate though, don't they? I'm sure there's a species of butterfly that migrates. These are like shuffling today. I'm just enjoying the shuffling sensation. Let's see if we can do it. Oh man. Let's try one more time. More or less. Clean flipper, clean fall. The golden egg, golden opportunity. Okay. Rewards for perseverance. Okay. Something promised. Okay. The golden egg. Bottom of the deck is the shark. This golden egg and shark is almost like a Queen of Wandsy type energy. Under the shark is the bunny. Shark is giving like hungry or relentless. It's like a drive and an almost single minded focus. Maybe that's more so a hungry shark that smells blood in the water. It's just like it feels like, again, consider the source. The source being me, the person that is like communicating it, not the source being the source. Not the, you know what I mean? Consider the messenger. There you go. Consider the messenger. Um, like, yeah, it's just like, I think sometimes, well, there are certain, even with like the daughter of Pentacles and the Empress, there are things that we think we have to be, or ways that we think we have to be in whatever kind of case scenario and situation, right? So maybe with this golden egg, for example, with the golden egg can be such a life changing opportunity that we are so grateful for that we fall into the shadow of gratitude. And the shadow of gratitude, like the realm of the shadow of gratitude, contains all of that, like when we're so grateful for something that we think so little of ourselves that we tolerate all kinds of things that like we shouldn't, or that we allow ourselves to be taken advantage of and we don't have to, or where we undersell ourselves, or where we refuse what we have actively earned or achieved, right? It's like it's so, could be, potentially can be, potentially will be, if it resonates, so life changing. It's one of those like, it's more than I could, like I can't accept this, I can't whatever. It's like it's too much. And it's like with the shark here, it's like it doesn't have to be that. You don't have to be so arrogant or whatever, but also at the same time, like you don't have to minimize yourself, or you don't have to refuse to acknowledge the work that you've put in over the years. Because again, we've already seen perseverance and surrender. You don't have to play small, you don't have to be timid. And especially if there was something unique and special about you, if you are the secret ingredient and that is recognized and that is being like celebrated, honored, and looked for, Like they need the secret ingredient, and the shark is that animal that knows it has it. The shark is the it animal of the ocean. Ain't nobody gonna tell a shark nothing. I mean, there are I think like maybe the whale, and I feel like the dolphin thinks that she's it, and some people may think that the dolphin is it, but like the shark is it. It can be grateful, it can be appreciative, but it doesn't have to be less. That's why it's like this Queen of Wandsy type energy. But I will read this golden egg because I'm reading books. That's what I said. Did you just rhyme said with egg? I did. Well, I said it. I don't know if it rhymed. You can't make something rhyme, but you can place it in a structure where a rhyme is anticipated or expected. And there we kind of sort of go, finding ourselves in the realm of the plot twist yet again. Kind of, sort of. The golden egg is the message at the center of the heart and the unstruck sound. Within the golden egg lives a precious sound. Deep within that sound resides a message. The sound cannot be heard nor the message discerned until we retreat from the noise of modern day life. The magical essence of the golden egg needs warmth, quiet, and time to unfold. No rushing, pushing, or grasping. Find a place of deep and restful ease, perhaps through yoga, nidra, or meditation. If you do not yet have a meditation practice, take some time for introspection or contemplation. When the mind begins to settle and the breath is calm, ask the question that weighs heaviest on your heart, staying open to any response you hear. Engaging with the energy of the golden egg is an advanced practice. It requires becoming intimate with our very essence and comfortable with vulnerability. When a feeling of tenderness or gratitude arises from deep within you, know that you are well on your way. Your chest may swell like you are seeing an old friend that's been away for a long, long time. Listen to the message they've been waiting to tell you. How interesting that again, we see that calm, the calm and the relaxation, or that state of calm that surrender talked about. Cool, love it. What's the tagline for the shark? Am I going to read the whole shark? The shark, the whole shark, nothing but the shark? No, I'm going to read other things. So. The shark is directness, exposure, revealing true nature, and desire. Maybe the shark is a state that one reaches after the golden egg. Maybe the shark hatches from the golden egg in the same way the gazelle hatched from the black egg. Maybe in that calm, maybe in that relaxation, maybe in that absence of pressure, someone finds who they truly are, not who they've been molded to be, not who circumstances demand them to be, but who they truly are. And then they can navigate with that directness because their true nature has been revealed to themselves. The shark is only dangerous when we don't acknowledge it. Only dangerous when we don't acknowledge it. I don't have to keep hammering points home. But again, with that protection, protect your energy as you vibrate higher or whatever, or increase your frequency. Only dangerous when not acknowledged. So to protect whatever, you have to acknowledge it. The shark is only dangerous when we don't acknowledge it. This card indicates that something big needs to be exposed. It's lurking in the depths and creating tension. Shark energy takes over us when we are hesitant. Oh, I just had to keep reading it. Shark energy takes over us when we are hesitant to be honest, to be totally ourselves, or to say what we really want. It may be tempting to continue pretending nothing is wrong, but when shark energy is at play, we feel its presence encircling us. That whole it's lurking in the depths energy, with the other one being that golden egg. Deep within that sound resides a message. The sound cannot be heard, nor the message discerned until we retreat from the noise of modern day life. What may feel like that shark in the water is actually whatever's waiting to hatch from the golden egg. It's only dangerous when you don't acknowledge it. There is no inherent danger to the shark. Well, I guess the only inherent danger to the shark is in it not being acknowledged. And, sometimes acknowledging the shark looks like, hey, sharks are out swimming in that water. Maybe I should go swim in the pool at home. Maybe I should let the sharks have their time today, right? Because they're hungry and it's their time to feed, and I don't want them to mistake me for food. So I'm gonna let them have their time. I'm gonna acknowledge that they're there. I'm going to acknowledge that they're hungry. I'm going to acknowledge that it's that season and let them be. Anyway, getting into the literal. Why is this? Hold up. Whoa. Legacy was the only card in reverse. I cut the deck. I'm like, why is this in reverse? Legacy, persistence. There's a difference between perseverance and persistence. There can be a difference between perseverance and persistence. There are sometimes over a lot of there is sometimes an overlap between persistence and perseverance, but they're not always interchangeable. All right, Star Dragons, final card. So a lot of cards. I mean, well, probably only 7. Challenge, standing up for your rights, number 13. And time, 134, 13 IV. There's no 2 here. Challenge, no, it's attachment. Attachment is a dragon in that deck. The deck, the Magical Dimensions Oracle cards and activators. For some reason, challenge and time. There's a card in the Star Dragons. It's breaking that card in the book. It said, know your place, and your place is on the throne. Also, that shark energy is going to make whatever this challenging time is so much easier. And it could be because the shark already, like the true nature of the shark has been revealed, and the shark accepts their true nature. The shark understands that they're not inherently dangerous. So, because it's almost like you could say, because the shark understands that it in and of itself is not inherently dangerous, it doesn't have to pretend to be a lamb, and it doesn't have to try to put itself out of its own element. It doesn't have to shrink, minimize, or in any way reduce its ability to show up and be impactful, because it understands that regardless of the narrative that people have when they encroach upon the realm and domain of the shark, when it's time for them to eat. If somebody said, hey, dinner's on the table, ooh girl, sorry. Sorry. I had a brief lapse of immaturity. If someone says dinner's on the table and then you climb up on the table, don't be surprised when you get ate. Anyway, shark understands that it's not inherently dangerous, so it doesn't have to be anything but what it is. And it's not dangerous. For whatever that case scenario and situation is, where the golden egg is offered to the shark needs to be a shark. The daughter of pentacles is not the empress. Anyway, challenge and time. Time is there. Challenge is 13. 13 is death. In the stronghold of the grail, herald of the purifying, we saw the lobster, which represents scorpion, which represents that transformation. That came out again on the side of decision and effort, conquering your demons. Conquer your demons, stand up for your rights. Conquering your demons and standing up for your rights means that you are also seated in your wrongs. Stand up for your rights. Being seated in your wrongs isn't like trying to act like they're not there. It's like when it's time for us to be criticized or held accountable, we are also capable of being criticized and held accountable. But I feel like if I say stand up for your rights and your wrongs, then that could so easily be interpreted as like, even if you're wrong, keep doing whatever anyway. Who? It's fine. Just let me breathe for a second. That was weird. What are you sniffing for? I feel like I just smelled a smell that smells so familiar. I need to reach out to my dad. Anyway, it's like a smell that almost triggered a memory. So, understanding was number 14. Challenge is number 13. The constellation is Hercules, and the star is Cornophoros, Beta Hercules. Wisdom of the Herald. Time to solve that problem, conquer your fears and foes, stand powerful and strong, and claim your rights. You are a fierce warrior who was fully equipped to take on insurmountable obstacles. Ball your fist and unsheath your sword. The time has come for action. Slay the dragon. And we just saw the shark. And what's interesting is this like taking on insurmountable obstacles. But it says you are a fierce warrior who is fully equipped to take on insurmountable obstacles. Where usually Lord Ganesh, and from the Whispers of Ganesha deck that I just used, is also associated with overcoming insurmountable obstacles. But here the warrior is you, which has a certain, it calls back to the last life where the King of Swords was seated. And it was like, it's one of those, it's better if you handle the situation than to get the King of Swords involved. And there could be a myriad of reasons why it's better for you to handle it yourself. Not only because of the ways in which you will grow, But it's also like that could, because at the very beginning, with the unicorn that came out with the tarantula and the phoenix at the bottom of the deck, when it was like, it was that energy of like, there's a transformation that has taken place, but we may not know that it's taken place. And it's not until a certain situation that we realize that we're different. This could be indicative of the thing that lets us know that the rebirth drastic transformation has already happened. And it's funny that it requires like perseverance and surrender. It's funny that it requires courage and bravery because it almost reads like the only reason why it requires as much courage as it requires is because we don't know that things have changed as much as they have. Right? It's like, let's say, ooh, girl. I mean, we already talked about pools, right? Let's say that when you were young, you had a not great time in a pool. We can make it a kiddie pool, right? So hopefully in a kiddie pool, it's less dramatic. Like as a child, you had a not great time in a kiddie pool that got you to evade kiddie pools for however long you were avoiding them for. Now you're a full grown adult and you muster up all of your courage to conquer your fear of the kiddie pool. And you step into the kiddie pool and you're like, that's it. Like, it don't even go up to my knees. Like, it barely covers my feet. I was afraid of this. It's almost that kind of energy. Like, it requires so much bravery up front because we may not know how much has changed. We may not know how well we've been prepared for whatever. But now it was like, you are the fierce warrior who was fully equipped to take on insurmountable odds. Fully equipped to take on the insurmountable. And at the bottom of the deck, the first time I went through the SKT Vitruvian edition, the warrior was at the bottom of the deck. Master of the Mystic Light, it was the warrior, the corruptor, and the magician, the magus. The warrior, master of the mystic light, the corruptor, and then the magus, divinity and man, powers of spirit. In that same deck, we saw the herald of the purifying and the angel who salves and purifies that remove that corruption. Wisdom of the dragon. You will only be stronger through every challenge and obstacle. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Respect the difficulty of the situation. No matter how difficult, the hardship will give you wisdom. Are you strong enough to face it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm just like leery and hesitant to read anything that's specifically called an invocation. I'm just like, I'm good. You know what I mean? Especially if this is something I don't know or I don't necessarily work with. I'm like just reading the book is one thing, but specifically reading an invocation, I'm good. I'll pass. Yeah. That's why usually when I read this deck, I just read the wisdom of the herald and the wisdom of the dragon. This is the Delphinus constellation with time. It is so funny because I talked about dolphin, right? I was like, the shark is the it animal of the water. The dolphin may think they're the it animal, and people may think that the dolphin is the it animal, but it's really the shark. And maybe, not always, not every case, not every scenario, not every situation, but maybe that in and of itself, it's like the fear that's around the shark versus the fear that's around the dolphin should tell us that the shark is like the real it. Because if it doesn't invoke some kind of insecurity or fear or whatever, unfortunately, there are some of us who may be like, whenever we're insecure or feel challenged or whatever, we project the worst. And so for dolphin energy to be as see, the whales are also, I was thinking about the whales. The whales are also it, and we know that they're it. And so, like, if we're having a conversation about the it animals, like, we know that whales are there. So, like, whales are a given. Whales are a given. If there's another one, if there's one that we actually like are talking about, it's the shark. We all know about the whales. Whales are just. I was literally thinking whales though. Um, yeah. Um, but yeah, there's something about the dolphin that is so like easy to. It's just like so approachable and so it's like in some ways we don't necessarily have to get into the whole dolphin versus shark, but I almost want to try like entertain it. It's like the dolphin is something, dolphin energy can be something that we feel comfortable in aspiring to be because when we see the dolphin, we don't have to face the truth of ourselves. But with the shark, regardless of how many animals are actually more dangerous than sharks to us in general, according to the numbers, there's like something about the shark that requires us to face some kind of whatever that we don't have to face when we look at the dolphin. And so that's why, like, we sort of laud dolphins as the it creature of the water. But that's just because it's like, again, like if it doesn't, and it's not that it has to, I do not believe that something has to, whatever. And, but again, sometimes the thing that makes us confront ourselves, again, the shark is only dangerous if we don't acknowledge it. And because the shark symbolizes, can symbolize so many things that we don't want to acknowledge, that's what makes it so very dangerous. But to the shark is going to do whatever. It doesn't matter. Shark says, you don't have to acknowledge me for me to keep doing and being what I am. And for no tea, no shade, for anyone that seeks acknowledgement and for anyone that is attached to acknowledgement and chained by acknowledgement, you would never, of course, you're going to fear the shark because the acknowledgement and validation from others is too important. It means too much. Again, the truth protects itself. Only the lie has to suppress the truth in order for it to continue to be viewed as something that it is not. But the truth is true regardless of if we believe the lie or not. And if we believe the lie, we just miss out on the truth. Anyway, it's interesting that the dolphin is here. The constellation of Delphinus is here. And with time sort of being this like, there's so much importance that we put on time, right? Like when we come up with our life plan, I want to have this done by this time, and I've passed my prime, or like, even like, it's like time can be the greatest, like, it can be a savior or a weapon, but time in and of itself means nothing, right? There are people who accomplish things at different times of their lives. So we never know when our prime is, and we never know when opportunity is going to find us, right? And there are also people who suffer for things for decades who Like in the saying, time heals all wounds, there are people who have had so much time with wounds that time still has not healed because time itself doesn't do anything. Time itself doesn't really mean anything. So, yeah, time being the dolphin, the thing that holds so much importance, but it's like, girl, if you really knew what dolphins were, if you knew what dolphins were doing out there, maybe we would think twice. Or maybe we wouldn't, because hey, anyway. And it's not to say that time is completely irrelevant, but holds it's like it holds both less and more importance. Is it the dolphin and that one animal oracle deck that's like this and that are true? I think it's the dolphin spirit. I'm not Googling today. I was gonna look it up. I think it's the dolphin spirit that's like this and that are true. And understanding was seeing the truth of both sides. Anyway, okay. So it is all about timing. Be patient, wait for it. No, see, I don't even want to read this. I'm going to read it because I said I would read it. But we've already seen in the Whispers of Lord Ganesha. Okay, was it the Whispers of Lord Ganesha or was it the Storks? I think it was actually the Storks, where it was like time in and of itself isn't going to do anything. It's time for action. If we're talking about time, it's time for action. It's time to make a decision. It's time to face your fears. It's time to do all kinds of that stuff so that your golden moment opportunity will be now. It's time to do that so we can see the transition, transformation, and change. But I'm going to read it because divine timing is also a thing, and there is a time and there is a place, right? It could be the time to strike. We also, again, we saw surrender and perseverance. So I'm going to read it. Wisdom of a herald. It is all about timing. Be patient, wait for it, know the right pace, and strike while the iron is hot. Pay attention to time as it moves and shifts and ebbs and flows. When the tide is high, set sail on your mighty adventure. Watch the rhythms before you proceed. Wisdom of the dragon. I am always pervasive, always moving, always flowing, and unceasing. Master an understanding of my workings and grow rich in patience with impeccable timing. I may come late, but I am always right on time. There is a time and place for everything. Yeah. This was at the bottom. Effort. Literally at the bottom of the. I can't remember if both of these came out or if time was at the bottom of the deck. Effort. Conquering your demons. Challenges, time, and effort. Stand up for your rights. Challenge, effort, conquer your demons. Cool. I'm starting to get hungry again. I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't eat right before I go to bed and not expect some kind of digestive discomfort. As much as I wish I could. Ooh. Archangel Commander, Angel of Storms and Battles. At the cut with the Herald of the Purifying is the Archangel Commander, Angel of Storms and Battles. Sometimes protection, protecting your garden, protecting your yield, protecting your crop may look like pulling up weeds. Protecting your garden, protecting your crop, protecting your yield also means nurturing them, caring for them, right? Like it's like it doesn't do any good to. It's like I'm trying to avoid the whole realm of pesticides. There are multiple ways to deal with weeds. You can pull them up, right? You ain't got to spray them with whatever. Um, but it's like it is of relative good to only dedicate one's attention to removing weeds when we neglect to provide the garden with what it needs, right? The realm of protection is much broader than whatever, right? Speaking of realms and spheres of influence, Herald of the Consummating, Stronghold of the Zephyrs came out. See, look, and here's the owl. Here's the owl with the letter that we didn't see in that Hector Five of Swords that came out over here with the papal bull that was just like wreaking havoc. It's fine. See up here where it's just like wreaking havoc. Here, it's with the letter. I feel like I'm gonna look before and after the Ace of Swords. Bottom of the deck is Apocalypse, which is Last Judgment, but 20 was also Protection. Maybe there's also a like with the shark, there's a sort of decisiveness when it comes to protection, right? And not necessarily reckless and swift, but discerning. I'm pretty sure the Ace of Swords is the consummating. So that's why I'm looking before and after the Ace of Swords. Yep, the consummating. Ace of Swords, Herald of the Consummating. Interesting. Oh. The Mason and the Discerning one. Mason is the Three of Pentacles. The Discerning one is the Two of Wands. Oh, Four of Wands, Two of Wands. But this is on the other side. I have the little white book. I said I'm reading, so I may not read all of them. So we have the Demiurge, Venus and Aries, Sacred Cinnabar, Ace of Swords, the Consummating, and the Seeker, Spirit in Search of Science. The Four of Wands and the Fool. The Wizened Fool. Well, I feel like I call the Keeper more so the Wizened Fool. The Knowledgeable Fool? And the Demiurge is, from what I know and understand, the Demiurge holds the power to make their own reality. We've already seen the fierce warrior that is capable of tackling insurmountable odds. We've seen the decisiveness. We've seen the standing up for your rights and challenge. But we've also seen the, like, with the heart, the golden egg, that truth that is deep within oneself, right? And what's interesting about it being the seeker coming out with that card is there are three fools in the SKT: the initiate, the seeker, and the keeper. The keeper is the wizened fool who has gone from the magician to the world. They now re enter the world with this deeper knowledge and understanding, like a working knowledge and understanding, with a substance, a substantial wisdom. And then there's the initiate who is just like brand new, right? That's the spirit in search of experience, the one that's having all of these experiences and learning and whatever. The one that came out is the seeker, the spirit in search of science, the one who's in between, not the initiate, but not yet the master, the one who sort of hits a snag. But it's almost like if the initiate is all about the learning and the keeper is all about doing, the seeker is the one that's starting to turn that studied knowledge and information and learning how it applies in real life and using that. And because this is the consummating, and even with the Four of Wands, it's like expectation becoming reality. It's the dream becoming reality. It's what one sees actually becoming real. But it's flanking the Ace of Truth, the Ace of Swords, which is the truth, the sacred cinnabar. This isn't the one that has to lie to themselves or the one that has to pretend to be something or someone that they're not. It's not the one that has to downplay. It's not the one that has to overly whatever, because the truth itself is enough. But it also feels like this is someone in the process of, I had it and then I lost it. Because the spirit in search of science, when it came to science, right, to protect a theory in science, in the scientific process, to protect it, it's for it to be peer reviewed, for it to be replicated, for it to be challenged, and for the truth to continue to, regardless of circumstance. And there are certain truths that are circumstantial truths versus truths that are more like universal or global, right? If you say, and when it snows, then blah, 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 whatever, then obviously if it's not snowing, it's not going to hold up as true, right? But regardless of circumstance, regardless of situations, within the definition of the whatever, it will always be true. And protecting it is to allow it to be challenged. With the spirit in search of science here, it's like this so speaks to that perseverance and surrender. You could almost say faith isn't faith unless it's tested, but it's almost like, again, because the demiurge Four of Wands is here, right? So if someone believes that they have the power to shape their own experience through whatever means, right? It could even be like spiritual. Like you manifest something, you pray for something, it comes to pass, it comes to be. It's almost like there, when things are good, when things are easy, then it's easy to see how that's true. But there are things that are also true when things are challenging, when things are difficult, and when things aren't necessarily immediate. And to protect that truth, which is to cement our understanding of it, sometimes in some cases, scenario situations, we have to experience holding on to that truth even in times of difficulty and challenge, right? Just like time ebbs and flows, there are many things that ebb and flow. I did say I was going to read the Little White Book. Oh, look, there's the knights. Oh, those are the shields. So then we go this way and we should find the pages. Page of Scepters, Page of Cups, Page of Swords, Stronghold of the Zephyr. The Stronghold of the Zephyrs, or Page of Swords, comes bearing an important message to you or an opportunity about your social status. Community relations, a political or legal matter, higher education, greater social network that you are a part of or engaged with, or a matter pertaining closely to your pursuit of glory. The Page of Swords appears as an affirmation of victory to come if you agree to take on the challenges and walk through the gauntlet. So, if you agree to take on the challenges and walk through the gauntlet, this page appears as affirmation of your victory. We literally just saw. Again, it just confirms. The presence of the stronghold of the Zephyrs can also be an emissary sent by a deity of war, battles, or storms, a divinity of the skies, winds, or air, or a pantheon from the Eastern Hemisphere. Am I going to read these two? Sure, why not? That's the 3. I'm looking for the 4. 2s, 3s, 4. Whoa. See? And the Zephyr. Hold up. Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. So after this, the Dark Horse is the 7, 6, 5, 4. The Wish Granted is the 9. The Conservator, here we go. 4s. The Demiurge, 4 of Scepters. Is it literally the next page? Wow. I did all that flipping and it's literally on the next page. I'll read that first. So the demiurge builds our physical platform of success. This is the attending spirit who guides your intangible idea into tangible work product in the material world. The demiurge marks progress, achievement attained, and is the spirit presence with you through a momentous rite of passage. The demiurge is the spirit to help you cull from the spiritual or intellectual plane and bring perfected work into form on the physical plane. It's funny how that plays into the garden metaphor, right? Your garden, your crop, your yield. This is the one that reaps it, right? The seeker is the fool who seeks answers, who seeks to know. This is you in search of specific guidance. Use the seeker for key 0 when divinatory insight is sought. When the hold on. The seeker for key 0. Use the seeker for key 0 when divinatory insight is sought. When the adept needs guidance midstream along a path, or when you seek divine counsel on a material matter. Seeking divine counsel on a material matter with the spirit to help you call from the spiritual or intellectual plane and bring perfected work into form on the physical plane. Yeah. It's interesting that it used call. It's interesting that she used the word call because the stronghold of the Zephyrs is an emissary sent by a deity of war, battle, or storms. Like one of the classes was war, battle, or storms. And usually when I hear call, I think like call the week or whatever. which I'm sure is like some video game thing. I think of something kind of like war or something more war than like reaping a harvest, but even reaping, like Grim Reaper. I mean, it ends the life of a plant if we like when we harvest, reap, cull crops. Maybe the plant itself will keep growing, but its fruit we consume. So hey, plants are living creatures and beings too. That anyway, it's fine. We ain't gotta go there. The owl is here delivering the message. See, and maybe that also plays into with the Five of Swords and the Papal Bull. Maybe that also plays into that whole it's better for us to do something than it is for someone else to get involved. This could also be something that's like where the divine tells you in whatever way, like you can trust yourself to make the right choice and decision, to make the effort, to be aware of timing, to be in tune with things. Like, know that there will always be grace. And so you can have grace with yourself, but also you can like hold yourself account. It's like you don't have to be hard on yourself, but you can hold yourself accountable. And you can do all of these things where it's not that the divine goes anywhere, but like we really can actively participate in creating and living the life that we want to have. And again, it's like this could be the seeker is a point on someone's path where maybe they need some reassurance or whatever. But this is a hands off approach. The hands of the divine, they're hands off. And it's almost like, look at what you've already done. Also, we see something growing with the whole garden thing. Excuse me. And even with both the priest and the cleric and the crusader, I don't know. You can be either when you need to be. And sometimes you may be both. Sometimes you may be neither. You may be something else entirely. Apocalypse, last judgment at the bottom of the deck. Maybe that's why, right? I am getting hungry. Ooh. Ooh. Mmm. That is not the fall I was looking for. Is it the fall I'm going to take? The Hierophant. Master of the Arcanes. With the elephants. Love that. I'm not trying to roll over any cards. It is. Okay. Am I taking this? Nah, it'll come back up if it's the final card. The Hierophant with that Ace of Swords. Interesting. It's interesting that the Hierophant is the master of the arcanes with this Ace of Swords here, because the warrior is the master of the mystic light. And this is the sword. The challenger said, pick up your sword, which is the Archangel Commander. Pick up your sword. How did I not? And the Archangel Commander was like at the bottom of the deck or at the cut or something. How did I not pick that up? You have a sword, and I pick it up and use it. So now we have. So it was more so through word of how the image could change when we had the demon in the other edition, but conquering your demons, and how it was the phoenix and the dragon, and I said they're reborn. And the Six of Cups, now it's at the cut. And when we saw the storks with the two little baby storks. And again, the daughter of Pentacles is not the Empress. So it's like the daughter is not the same as the mother. But because it's Empress and daughter of Pentacles, it's like a granddaughter. Someone's daughter is not the same as their mother. That's the daughter and the mother. So it's like a granddaughter grandmother relationship, and not necessarily a mother daughter relationship. It's a mother daughter's daughter, or a mother son's daughter, and a daughter mother's mother, or a daughter father's mother. There is some element of remove there. And I guess, and of course, that could be like someone who kind of holds the ideals of an older generation. Maybe they never necessarily fit that person, but it wasn't so far off that they felt the need to rebel or do anything different. But the following generation is like, it's different enough that the teachings or the methods of the previous generation don't work. Right? So then for the person in between, maybe it becomes a question of, do I try to enforce what was instilled in me, or do I support the authenticity and creativity of the, daughter before me? So not necessarily someone stuck between the past and the future, but yeah, you could say some like antiquated whatever. I don't know. Anyway, all right, final card from the SKT Revelations Edition. I'll give it one more. Okay. That was a smooth flip. Smooth like butter. The Contender, Saturn and Leo, Five of Wands. Here we see non-participants in this contest, maybe because they realize they don't have to compete. Bottom of the deck is the Empress. This is interesting. And under the Empress is the Conservator. So in that example where someone's like maybe someone feels stuck between like the way that the previous generation did it and the generation that they are raising, forming, engaging, interacting with that is newly coming into a certain space, maybe the Empress, this reads like the Empress itself doesn't expect, it's like the Empress is aware that times have changed. The Empress is aware that the situation is different. The Empress is aware that, like, the situation, a circumstance demands something different. But it's almost like it's this middle person that's struggling with it more, maybe almost struggling with it more than anybody else, right? So, low hanging fruit, right? It's easier with moms and daughters. So, there's someone that has a daughter and they also have a mother. And it's like, although they weren't too whatever, they understand that their daughter is different. And so they understand that they, for the well being of their daughter, they understand that they have to raise their daughter differently than they were raised. But it's almost like they think that raising their daughter differently is going to cause problems with their mother, when it's like the mother understands that the granddaughter is different, so the mother knows that the granddaughter would have to be raised differently. Also, too, maybe the situation and circumstances are different. It's like the grandmother has no attachment to the granddaughter being raised. In this low hanging fruit example, the grandmother has no attachment to the granddaughter being raised the exact same way or in any way similar to how the grandmother raised their daughter, the mother. And maybe the mother, especially if she's a new mother, or if she's just a mother to a child that is different, it's like all we have is what's poured into us and the things that we gain along the way. But a large chunk of it is what's poured into us. And so it's almost like the feeling that the grandmother would disapprove or would be obstinate in some kind of way is a projection of the mother realizing, understanding, or feeling that what was poured into her or the way that she was raised isn't going to work for the daughter that she is now raising. And because she knows that she's going to have to do something different, maybe in direct violation to the way she was raised, she thinks that there's some kind of tension or that there would be, but in reality, it's not. But the mother is the one that sort of has to consolidate the past and the future. And she's the one that is responsible for making the choices and decisions. But again, just because there's a competition doesn't mean that you have to compete. And it's almost this, again, something about these cards in combination. It's the energy, it's the vibe right now. It's almost like the contest isn't even sanctioned by the emperor or the empress, right? Like, again, like some the empress already knows something. The contest could be something that somebody else fabricated to try to prove that the emperor or the empress is lacking in judgment or whatever, or trying to impress the emperor or the empress. And it's like just because you put on a contest and say that whoever wins the contest gets entry to whatever doesn't mean that the results have to be honored, because on whose authority or on whose guarantee or on whose promise is this contest put on or sponsored? Just because you say that you're going to be up at the park, in a pavilion at the park from 1 to 3 p.m. on a random Saturday, doesn't mean you have the right to be there, especially if you didn't get a permit or get it approved. And if someone else went through the legal process and got the permit and permission, it doesn't matter how long you planned it, and it doesn't matter how well it was advertised or how well it's attended. Type energy, the person with the permit is the one that has the right to be there because they followed the proper channels, right? And it feels like that almost plays into that pedestal type whatever. And it's almost like there's an expectation. It's like that the people will like have some kind of pressure, or like the sheer number of people will create some kind of pressure that will get the permit holder to surrender the park or the pavilion. And it's like, no. And if the attendees want to be mad at someone, they should be mad at you for not securing the permit. How you do all this planning and everything before I even had the thought to have my whatever here, because I could have gone to any park, but I'm already here and we've already planned it. Did you not at any point think to whatever? And again, it's almost like so much of that, just because there's a contest doesn't mean you have to compete. Type energy. Just because someone is yelling doesn't mean you have to raise your voice. Just because there is an expectation for someone or something that was prevalent, prominent, or influential at a bygone time, and what they would do and how they would do whatever. And again, there's something about this Empress that reads like foresight. There's something about this Empress that reads like no one is asking anyone to do anything or follow anything that is archaic and outdated. It's almost like something was specifically left open to account for changing times, environment, circumstances, and situations. She's almost giving a table of like, I guess the Boltzmann's constant came out most recently, but I think the Boltzmann's constant, it's like a table of gas constants. I think this, so uh I graduated as a biological engineer. I was in the chemical engineering sort of program for a hot minute before I switched my major into biological engineering. My friend was a mechanical engineer, and I'm pretty sure there's R in the Pivnert equation that is a gas constant. In the chemical biological engineering program, it's not a fixed sort of, I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure it's the R, which is the gas constant, and the PV equals nRT or Pymert, Pitmert, Pymert. But in mechanical engineering, it's like they have a whole table of values. And so it's like rather than calculating that for the situation circumstance that you're dealing with, you like consult this table, right? So it's like instead of creating a table that's simplified, they just left it open so that you could plug in the environment and materials that you're working with. Because it's almost like knowing that, in the future, they're going to have so much more than we have now, or they're going to know so much more. So we would better serve by like leaving the foundation of this knowledge rather than stating what everything is that we now know or work with. Because it's like, it's going to be different in the future, especially if you're just discovering something. You know what I mean? Or especially if there are things that you can't work with that you anticipate at some point we will be able to work with. Anyway, with this energy, the contest is not sanctioned, it's not official. The Empress is not. So it's just this question of like, where does that pressure sort of lie? And it can lie within us as we try to do better, or as we try to, and this is almost not the foil. It's almost like this is the demon for us to overcome with challenges. This is also something for us to understand about ourselves and within ourselves. It's the attachments to the past and previous ways of doing things. It's the fear that we've been faced with long before the situation arose. It's the what we view of as our capabilities and what we have to lean on. And again, just like the danger of the shark, it's only dangerous to us when we don't acknowledge it. It's only a competition when there are all of these influencing factors and voices in our head that we don't listen to or that we aren't aware of. Because now it's like we're reacting, or we're making certain choices and decisions that we don't want to make, reacting in ways that surprise maybe even ourselves, and we don't know why. And it's like, oh, well, it's actually very simple. Anyway. Oh, I'll read the book. Reading books. We have The Contender. Oh, did I open to it? Five of Swords, Five of Cups. Oh, it's the page before. There's The Contender. And the Empress. Key 3. I'll read the Empress first. You are on the verge of producing a work of worthy admiration. Hopes become reality. Positive omen of plenitude. Gloria Mundi is the muse for poets, writers, artists, and musicians. Mother Goddess is proud of you. The heavens shine blessings upon your life path. The Empress also embodies the spirit of rhetoric. She wields the art of charismatic persuasion. Fertile ground and high productivity are prophesied. The inspiration here is Wu Zetian, the only woman in imperial Chinese history to rule a dynasty. Here, Wu Zetian is appearing as the goddess Hotu, the Empress Mother Earth. The contender is the spirit of strife in a zero-sum game. Stay calm yet be aggressive in the face of competition. This is the battle, the contention you fight for domination. There is a rivalry for supremacy. Behind the focal point of 5 rods is Medea, sorceress and priestess of Hecate, granddaughter of the sun god Helios and niece to Circe. The back of the head pictured is Jason, who Medea falls in love with. Her father, Aeetes, king of Colchis, modern day Georgia, is in possession of the Golden Fleece. Was it Telemachus? That wasn't Medea, though. Oh, I'm not Googling. I feel like it was Telemachus or Telemachus, son of Odysseus. That what I thought Telemachus was the husband of Medea. I think, but I'm not Googling, so it doesn't really matter. I guess that too could validate and play into that energy of like, it's only really a challenge at the outset. And then we realize that it's not necessarily as difficult as we may have thought it would be because there's some kind of drastic transformation that's taking place. You could say it's like the butterfly that lives as a caterpillar until it falls off of the leaf and then learns that it can fly. And there have been a few cards that's like, if you need a push to learn you can fly, then a mighty gust shall blow you right off the cliff. All right. Mirror Truth Lenormand, Clean Flipper, Clean Fall. That was a clean flip. I didn't even see it. It was so clean. I didn't even see the card. It's the fish. Bottom of the deck is the ship. Number 3. The Empress is also Major Arcana number 3. Again, because the ship is moving, there's an anticipation of some kind of movement. So the Empress isn't upset that, you know what I mean? The Empress understands that times have changed. I accidentally pulled a face down card with the fish, and it is the book. 8-7-26-2634. This is missing a 5, where we were missing a 2 before. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's interesting that the book is here again. What is interesting about this book is there's a series of books. There are multiple books. Now, I know the fish can symbolize abundance, and abundance has also been a theme. With the book was with the anchor, and it was that a warning to be careful about the point in which we sort of drop the anchor as the narrative is being unfolded or as the narrative is being told, right? It's like it's only a twist for so long until it becomes indicative or reflective of one's character, right? The first time someone does something in the story, you're like, oh my gosh, what? By the 5th time, it's like, okay, right? It's just who this character is. In the same way, especially with all these messages of abundance, transformation, picking up the sword, like if you think of Joan of Arc question mark, who was hoeing in the garden? Was Joan of Arc hoeing in the garden when she was approached? One of my, I think my sophomore world history, like high school, my world history teacher in high school had these sayings, right? I think Joan of Arc was hoeing in the garden. Lucy the Australopithecus is the oldest bag of bones known to man. A ziggurat is a wedding cake shaped temple. I feel like that was the 3, or that's the 3 I can remember. Ziggurats are wedding cake shaped temples. That's the only one that had a thing. He also said like slay your dragons, follow your bliss. It's interesting because it came up in his class, which is double interesting. Speaking of plot twists, and when I was talking about like fears that we've always had before we were even faced with certain situations. So yes, but no, but yes, but no, but yes, but no. I think those were the 3. And then there was also like was it when people came to the Americas, the 3 G's were, was it gold, God, and glory? And then he was like, you know, in a few years when you have that other teacher, he's going to tell you it's 5 G's: gold, God, glory, girls, and a good time. But yeah, Lucy the Australopithecus being the oldest bag of bones known to man. I think Joan of Arc, Hoenn in the garden, the ziggurat is the wedding cake shaped temple. So the thing I was thinking about was this like AI, specifically how apparently there have been companies that have massive layoffs because AI is a thing and they're trying to jump on the AI bandwagon. Can you jump on the bandwagon if it hasn't even really like pulled out, right? Anyway, I mean, it has, but it's so nascent in its development that it kind of sort of hasn't, or its implementation. The companies that have had like massive layoffs because of AI, and now you hear about, or you see, I've seen articles about how companies, some of them are like having to rehire people because, right? And it's been that whole, it has been a reality in certain industries of like robots replacing people, right? We see people losing their jobs to AI. We see content that's created by AI having more engagement or taking up engagement from humans that are creating content, which is drastically shifting the market. I've also seen a few times, like yesterday, about how there's not really going to be any consumer electronics sort of released, or how the prices on some of them are going to go up because a lot of the people who use the chips to create whatever, the chips are going to the AI whatever because it's like a, they can make more money, right? And so it's like you're not gonna get, like, I think they said Nintendo Switch 2s maybe get more expensive because they can't get the chips to keep up the stock. The PlayStation 6 may be delayed because again, they're not getting the chips because AI is getting all the chips. Certain companies, like it's maybe harder to get RAM, or RAM may get more expensive because again, it's going to AI. And that same professor, I think it came up in class. And he was like, people say that in the future, robots are going to replace everybody and they're going to lose all their jobs. But that's not true because someone's going to have to program the robots. And when I was like a freshman in high school, freshman or sophomore, I'm just like, so if one robot does the work of 10 people, and so 10 people are replaced by one robot, it doesn't take 10 people to program or maintain that one robot. Maybe one person will maintain that one. So that's still nine people who are out of a job. So 90%, it was just like, there's not a one to one. But anyway, the like pre-programmed fear for a situation that hasn't come yet. Again, there have been industries that have been affected by modernization at whatever times, automation at whatever times throughout history. But it's like we already, like there's so much media about like um video games, I'm sure TV shows. I feel like Detroit Becoming Human, maybe iRobot. It's like people who live in worlds where like the people are poor because all of the jobs are done by robots, so nobody has a job, so no one can afford anything. Or like this whole robots AI is going to replace us. It's not, it's almost like it was feared for so long and depicted for so long that we've almost accepted it as, instead of a potential reality, we had kind of sort of accepted it as an eventuality. So now, as AI is booming, it's like, of course, companies are going to massively lay off people in favor of AI, not only because of the business of it, but also because we kind of sort of expect it, or that narrative has already been put out into reality. And if we're talking about the demiurge, which was that Four of Wands with the other card that was on the other side of that Ace of Swords, the Seeker, Spirit in Search of Science. If we talk about the book and the anchor, before we even reached this point in the story of modern humanity, we had already decided. or we're already prepared for AI to just, or robots to just come in and replace everybody. And for there to be these massive struggles because now it's so hard to get a job or find work because there's robots and AI doing everything. Just like we are so prepped for in conversation and media, the singularity when AI robots turn on mankind and they're going to like wipe us out or whatever. In similar ways as we've been prepared for other things, or as certain truths have been sort of plainly, openly revealed, but in a way that desensitizes us to the point where maybe there's a hope or an expectation that rather than actually doing something, we'll just be like, oh, well, you know? And if I'm being real honest, it's not that I've been like with myself and I guess with you, it's not that I've been desensitized over the past few years. It's just like I feel like there have been so many moments where I've been like, certainly we'll do better, or certainly something else will happen, or certainly things won't get worse, or certainly this, or certainly now something will be done. And I feel like the more that hasn't happened, the less I've grown to expect any better. But recently ish, not recently enough, I'm like, what if actually something does happen? What if that camel doesn't have to have its back broken by another straw before it's like, you know what? I am not going to keep carrying this. Because what do you give me that I can't get for myself out in the desert? Hello? I'm helping you out. I'd be fine. Anyway, with the book and the fish, it's like the story continues. There's more to the story than what we've read. And again, this is only one book of many. And so it's almost like it's premature. The reason why I go to Joan of Arc, because I feel like she was just like hoeing in the garden before she became who she became. So if Joan of Arc would have set who she was in her narrative while she was still in the garden, she would have been so resistant to becoming who we know her to be. And who do you know her to be, Patrick? I hear some random hater think where you have to Google it just to make sure Joan of Arc is who you think you're talking about. um, Again, like if she would have decided when she was in the garden that that's who she was, we never would have gotten that. Like she never would have become who she became to mean what she means to those that she means it to, for to those who are aware, to know herself. Right? It's like the story isn't over. And before we come into any grand conclusions about something, your intuition and discernment may tell you like the exact situation, whatever the divine is sort of like direction your intuition and discernment and the divine is leading you in, with that perseverance and surrender. That could be a big clue. It's like it's too early to say what something is because there's still so much that we don't even know. Which again is almost that the first interpretation of the priestess, the nine of wands, and the moon, the necromancer, where it's like we're asking and praying for some kind of sign for something because we maybe we know or believe there should be more and we're feeling some kind of frustration. And the divine is sending all the signs or affirming and validating. Our intuition is like picking up, but maybe we're having difficulty trusting it. So there's like this frustration on both sides. It's like you're asking for a sign, I'm giving you a sign. Like, and again, to call the divine frustrated, who am I but a mere man? Maybe God don't get upset because he already know. Maybe God doesn't get frustrated or upset. You know, Let me stop. I was gonna say he only experiences disappointment, but he, I don't know. Anyway, what's that one song? It's on my Spotify. I'm not angry anymore, just a little bit let down. Anyway, again, it's just that energy of like things are continuing to sort of move. It's too late. It's almost like, how are you going to say you know the ending to the story when you've only read 10 pages and it's 100 pages long? You know what I mean? Based off of other books that you've read, based off of certain tropes, based off of what you know of the characters in the first 10 pages, you could assume. But I don't know. It's almost like it was, and there's no five here, which means there's no change. Five being a number associated with changes, right? Which is interesting because maybe that plays into the energy of like who Joan of Arc really was the whole time. Again, it sort of, it plays into that, like if you were to read the entirety of the book and just take it all in, there would be no plot twist. It's just a recounting of what happened type energy. Almost like it's not a change because it was always meant to be. The book didn't change as you're reading it. It's already written type energy. But I guess if we were to close the book, we'd never know. Right. And again, maybe that plays into that truth. Maybe that plays into that whole star in the sky. What was it? 26 and 34. Hey, look, I opened to the garden. The garden is number 20. 20 is judgment. 20 was also protection in the whispers of Lord Ganesha. 26 and 34. I'm just going to read a random paragraph. Fish, listen to your inner voice because your actions are your responsibility alone. The topic of money is very closely linked to self esteem. If the client lacks self esteem, it is often shown in this card and also in the lack of finances. The surrounding cards show which unconscious attitudes contribute to the lack of finances. With this, we find the beginnings of what needs to change internally. So, with the golden egg and kind of the shark, listen to your inner voice. What needs to change internally? Change was all about, was it storks again? Storks, and maybe the surrender card talked about change. Book, giving a relationship time, hiding something, checking for innocuousness, waiting a bit longer, appreciating the luck more, sharing knowledge or expressing own knowledge, educating yourself further and questioning where the knowledge is coming from. Did you experience this knowledge yourself, or is it just something retold? Knowledge means to make your own experience. Otherwise, it is just philosophy. I feel like we jumped right into the middle of that, but hey. So, almost 4 hours. I was going to say almost 3 hours later. It's 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 9 seconds. Thank you, Janelle, for spending some time with me today. I hope you all have an amazing whatever whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. I hope that whatever you need along your path, journey, and what you find, I hope that, what do I hope? I hope that when the time comes for you to break through whatever, or when the time comes for you to show yourself that you've already broken through, whatever, I hope you take the opportunity to do so. And when the time comes, it's going to be when you're ready, right? Otherwise, the time hasn't yet come type energy, right? Like if I say, when the time comes, I hope you take the cake out of the oven, the time is when it's done baking. You know what I mean? When the cake is done, I hope you take it out of the oven, unless you like burnt cake. But if you like burnt cake, then the time that the done cake, like that time is different than the time for the well done cake, than the very well done cake. Whenever the time comes, it is the time, right? And so that's another kind of sort of time being both more and less. It's not necessarily specific to a certain season or a certain age, but also it isn't completely dismissible either when it is there. Anyway, I'll catch y'all later. I'll catch you later. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It has been a minute. I feel like part of me is like high key, mid key, low key, high key. So glad that Saturn is out of Pisces, that we're in the year of the fire horse. Because I feel like this last year in particular, the year of the snake was definitely more challenging than I thought it would be. But the year of the snake also highlighted to me that I wasn't necessarily as ready to live all of what I felt coming. I wasn't as ready as I thought I was. And it was actually the year of the snake that informed me of so many of the things that I had already outgrown, things that I needed to let go, and also like truths of who and how I am that I can keep in perspective with everything, that I don't necessarily have to completely abandon or change or whatever. So, anyway, it's been a minute. All that to say, I feel like I also haven't been as active over the past sort of year, but it has been a minute. It was nice seeing you. And I'll catch the rest of y'all, excuse me, later.